Good morning, everybody. Get the audio up. How you guys doing? Good morning. This is interesting. It's gonna be a pretty fun day. Let's see. We got ES should be opening about well, we'll just find out. For SPX 44.31, so we're about $6 higher than Delta neutral. That's gonna create quite a lot of drag. Pretty decent amount of puts in the money this morning. Let's see, we got the majority of puts right now near the money at 44.25 and 44.20. Very little call interest combating that. Most of the call interest that came in this morning came in when we were trading still higher before the data came out, and it looks like it's pretty much all fucked. Yeah, not good. Not good for the bulls. Rough data print, big spike in VIX. GME trying to claw back a little bit of liquidity at market open. We'll see how that works out for them. Upstart looks like it's fucked below 30. Fubo's probably fucked if it falls below 250. So we'll see. This keeps breaking down. It gets quite bearish. Test of 4,400 is very it's very bad for the bulls. This VIX will hit and probably 16, maybe higher. You god, how did you predict Apple would die? Had a feeling. Someone in the Chinese government called me and offered to sell me their iPhone. Check DM, Ooh. That's gonna sting. Bear case. Miss you, Gurk. It's been a while since I popped in. It seems like RC is getting this thing towards profitability, and this actually would be a deep value play. 2025, here we come. Okay, man. Welcome back. Things have changed. No, the Apple China's news isn't actually bad. Why are you so weird, man? DRS is down from last quarter. Are we back to MOASS? No. They'll just how the fuck is Meta still pumping and positive? Tell me you have underwater meta puts without telling me underwater meta puts. Can you speak about Baba? I might be saved. Yeah. No one's buying into China's bullshit now, and Baba finally fell back below resistance. Meta's still positive because literally nobody is long Meta. So there's nothing to sell. Pure liquidity. I'm actually short Meta shares, but I'm fully hedged, net neutral, still strange. Just be patient. How low might it go by 9:15? What, the market? I mean, I'd expect the bulls would try to save it, right? They just got curb stomped this morning. They've got to try to do something, or they're big fuck. I don't know if they can. We'll find out. I'm here for the show. I'm not writing it. Crocs reached a point where I thought it might bounce, but the downgrade this morning wasn't considered when I made the plan. Should I wait a bit and see what happens? I don't really watch their stock very much, but I'll take a look at it for you. Nope. There we go. Belly downgrades, Crocs are neutral to buy. I mean, I don't think B. Riley's downgrade is that big of a deal, but yeah, a retest of like 91 definitely seems possible here on the sell-off. I'm not really sure that the downgrade is gonna do a lot. Their earnings are still phenomenal. This seems, I mean, for a company that I know they're becoming less popular, but for a company that sells 25-cent injection molded shoes for $60 a pair, I'm sure they're going to be okay. Can we take a look at futures? Of course we can. They're trying to bounce. They need to clear 44.50 to have any shot at regaining some upside today. I know one of the Fed presidents came out and gave them all a big help. Said something like a soft landing was guaranteed or some other bullshit. It looks like put interest is still pretty strong. Have you entered into AMD yet? It opened at your mid target. No, I'm probably gonna wait a minute. Or I'll just pick up like $100. Like if it keeps falling, I'll pick up like $100 puts for end of September. I think like if it slips 105, I'll probably grab the $100 puts, and then if it bounces back into like the 108, 110 range, I'll sell some bear call spreads and then pick up some debit spreads near the money. They're really fucking GME. Yeah, whatever. Gotta get all the bulls to sell before you can cover, right? The first one I sent you is beautiful. I know. The second one's less pretty, though. You kidding me? This one's awesome. Really? It looks like a bunch of puts are taking profits. But I know, but they're gonna try to pump it back through that Vega, right? It looks like a bunch of bulls are about to get butt fucked. I mean, yes. So they're gonna try to not get butt fucked. Have you ever tried to butt fuck a bull? They're very feisty. Were you able to get out of your GME stuff when it was above 19? No, I'm holding it. All of you guys think that like GME's earnings matter or something. It's weird. I don't know what's going on with you guys. It's never too early, Navy Nuke. As the saying goes, you butt fuck a bull, you get the horns. Exactly. No, you get the horns. They turn around very quickly. That's why you need the flags to distract them. I might regret it, but I'm jumping into puts. Seems a bit soon. Buying 44.25p with a price target of 4,400 today, unrealistic. Well, do you generally like buying your puts on uptrends? What confirmation are you looking for before jumping into puts? I'm waiting for all of the puts that opened in the money today to take profits, and then the bulls to try to run away with the stock, and then maybe I'll buy some puts later. Am I the only person who bought 44.41 DTE calls? No. We both did. Well, actually, I bought 44.35. But it's the same. The tips remain untouched. It's gems like this. The reason I love the daily DD. Thanks, Teaspoon. Now that I got the raise, I'm restarting liquidity injections into the port. Should I buy a Jan 2025 2500p or November 2023 2500p? Asking for a me. Thanks. What's the price difference between those? Like 400 bucks? Should Yeah, should you really be focusing on like long-term Vega plays? No. I figured to be targeting as much growth as possible. But God, I want to so bad. You don't even have margin. Like, why the fuck would you want that if you can't sell like the 2000 against it or something? It's not a Vega play if it goes in the money. Stop it, because you guys get too bearish and you don't think about the overall like broader conditions. There's billions of dollars in bullish shit buried underwater right now. They're going to fight tooth and nail to get it back, and unless they lose delta neutral, they still can. Because I'm an idiot? Okay, but you're not. Low and slow, dork. You got this. Gork, is now the time to buy 1 DTE 380Ps on SPY. No. Is trading like a brisket? Yeah. You want to develop a strong bark. Are they going to fill that upside gap? They're going to fucking try. Check DM. Ooh. Yeah, that still doesn't look good for the what are they doing? Oh, interesting. Well, that's not what they want. Yeah, it's not a lot yet. Dixie's still over 105. But yields are dropping, so I think they're going to try to push. Nope, GME's running out of liquidity. That was quick. Yuan is just getting wrecked. No, it's not. It's doing good. It's like right where they want it. It's hard to buy calls when you're using every fiber of your being to not FOMO into puts. Fair. You know it's even easier? Having both. They better not stop me out of my 44.35s. I'll be pissed. Mr. Gorkacelli, tear down the call wall. When you say they, what are you referring to? Broadly, participants taking the positions that I'm talking about. I don't like the bulls are fighting back. They should just give up. Why would they do that? I've stopped out, but now I have YOLO money for later. That's exciting. I think they have, I don't remember the names of the data packages for IBKR, but I think they have one that's just like broad real-time options. It's like a package. You probably want that. Notable that Nvidia is less than 460. Yeah. Huh. Goldman's having a kind of good day here. I should put some stops on my Nvidia puts, huh? Maybe not. These are shorter dated though. Yeah, I don't want to risk them pulling back all the sold calls. I want to put some stops on those. Give me a second. Opera level 1, 11.50 a month. I think they have like a package that's like $10 or something that comes with everything. Nuke. Someone just bought puts, Gork. How many and where? Ooh, that's better. Those are selling. They're selling those. We settled up, ready to ride. I'm ready for this to go up really fast. No problem, sweaty balls. IBKR subreddit has a list of packages you want. It's like $7 a month. Yeah, it's not that expensive. For the first time I had no GME shares into earnings. I sold a metric fuck ton 230 GME 1650 puts, which have nicely IV crushed. Thanks for your help and guidance. You're welcome, Hamburger Helper. Well done. Options quotes are $1.50 on IBKR. Okay. I don't know what any of the things on there. I haven't looked at the fucking statement from the broker in like 3 years. I think Fubo has more room to run. No? Eh. Ooh, it bounced. Maybe. That's pretty good. Keep an eye on Russell, I guess. 308's the upside resistance. Ooh, I'm gonna sell some covered calls next time. It'll probably depend on indexes. Indexes going down is really bad for the meme stacks, but if they're moving up and they're a liquid, it helps them. I'm so happy I bought $25 Upstart Jan 24 Leaps when it was $65, but not that much up as I would like to be. Yeah, well, you won't be until they're in the money, right? There's only room for one WMD in this chat. Coming for you. How long might Baba go by 9:15? How low might Baba go by 9:15? I don't know. It's just breaking through like my initial risk level. My PT is like 82. There's probably a little bit of resistance at like 85. Ooh, the struggle is real. I wonder who wins. It means they have underwater Baba puts. Source, I have underwater Baba puts. I have underwater Baba puts. They're in the money and they're still a little bit underwater. It seems that the Bulls are losing, but they have not lost. This is looking bearish now? Not yet. No. Wacky waving inflatable underwater Baba puts. I mean, as long as it gets there and the train arrives at the station in a timely fashion, it'll be fine. Is this the dip before the rip? We'll see. Either that or it's just a dip into another dip. I've seen this before. Greg keeps saying over and over that we could still go up, and people continue to ignore the advice at the end of the day, are crying in their dead puts. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to cry in dead puts, but it's a very risky price range. We are not yet below delta neutral, and any broad capitulation and this could rocket. So added more to Apple. It broke 180. Yeah, I have the long puts. I picked up market open. No more debit spreads though. Just long puts like 30 DTE. Tell me Jimmy's end of day price on 9/15. What do you have? You have $19 CSPs, $18.98. We all know the Bulls will try to keep it here or just north of 44.25 until 11-ish, then rain down a pump like we've never seen, even though we've seen it over and over. They're going to try. The next Fed speech is at Harker at 10, so that's probably when they'll give it their best shot. If Harker comes out in line with expectations and pushing for another rate increase, though, their case just slips further and further away, right? What fucking data over here do you need to see? You need to know the 52-week high? Intraday? The data release today was pretty bearish. How come QQQ didn't bounce as hard? Because Apple's eating shit right now. Need Baba to be at 85 by the end of the day. Do you have a price target for Apple puts? Not really. I picked up 75s at like 30 days on them. See where it goes. Maybe like 162 over the next couple weeks. I don't think that's unreasonable. It'll probably find some support at 170 again, though. How close are they to getting your 44.35C stop? I mean, pretty close. I have a 20% loss on it, so I think if we hit resistance, I'll get stopped out, but I'm probably a little off. I don't want to lose them because I got them while Gamma was crushing on them, and so I have a pretty decent price if we do have another upside move. And I think I'd rather take a small loss holding on to them. How come so many traders have like 4 to 6 monitors so they can see all the charts, but you only have 2 monitors? Why different? I don't need to see all the charts at once. Most charts are usually doing similar things at the same time. Gherkin, new revenue stream idea for you. Options is a strategic investment audiobook read by you. Well, the problem with that is it's got a lot of visual material, and I don't own the rights to it. Gherkin, can you draw me a rhombus? For what purpose? I actually have 3 monitors, but I don't use the other one. It's all the way over there. I like how no one in here knows that the book has pictures because no one's opened it. You know, TA? Yeah, but that's not like a rhombus, right? Like where the fuck are you getting the other what are the sides? You just want like this? What is this? What's the point of that? Actually, what's the fucking point of this? The ultimate TA. It's a parallelogram. Jiffer's is getting too wise. Did you let him see the Palantir orb or something? He's been keeping it in his pool lately. I'm told chapters 8 and 20 of The Intelligent Investor are super important, but that's according to that Sears guy, Eddie Lambert. The problem with an audiobook is that no one here listens to you to begin with, so there's no point. True. Thank you, Popcorn Trader. That's the nicest compliment you've ever given me. Girk's third monitor is Mr. Megorium's Wonder Emporium on repeat. That Fed boy talking right now? He should be. Was $12 a support for HE? It has been a couple times. More like 11.95, but yeah, roughly 12. Options interest keeps building, so that's good. VIX 1560. Let's see. Gold's up a little bit this morning. Silver down. Wheat's rocketing. Dollar 105.10. Fuck. USD JPY 147.40. Ooh, yields are starting to turn. That's not good. Dollar about to fuck the bulls. I better get stopped out of these. The fuck is J&J doing? Bouncing a little bit? Hope he doesn't bounce too much. Yeah. Alright. I need more coffee. That's good, right? EQ still pushing down. Apple. Apple's clawing back a little bit. Nvidia shitting the bed. Meta's kind of trying to pump by itself. Microsoft is turning around a little. Tesla's getting fucked. Amazon's pushing back a little. So is Google. I pick up more AMD puts. Interesting. The fuck is J&J doing? DN's still about 44.25. Yeah, can the bulls rescue SPX and my hedges? We'll see. Oh god, I overslept. It's okay, we're like right back where we opened. So you didn't actually miss anything. What's your orange line? This is just a resistance I drew like a while back. What's the downside of doing an IV play pre-earnings? E.g. buying calls with theta 3 weeks post-earnings around a week before when IV is low and selling 2 to 3 days before earnings. I'm often up 30%. That can happen, provided that there's a lot of interest or speculation on the earnings. You're kind of just leveraging the uptick in implied volatility. Cat not looking good today. No, I mean, Cat doesn't really look very good overall. Can you move your lines on the charts around? They seem to be keeping the stonks from moving properly, thanks. You're just mad that your rhombus got blown up. Hmm. Delta's turning around a bit here. Still very negative. No profit taking from the puts yet, though. All right, another big push on yields. Let's see if they're able to get the 20 and 30-year under control. Dixie's still floating around like 105 ton. What's the downside? I'm not one to believe even 5% of what I read on Superstock, but oh boy, does AMC diluting sound like it's sabotaging GME earnings? No. Why would that sabotage GME earnings? Because they share a few ETFs? GME earnings were still negative. They still lost money per share. Ooh. Dorcas. Look what they're trying to do to correlation, man. They're trying so fucking hard to pump this right now. They're selling so many fucking puts. I know. AMC's always diluting. We should go buy puts on bank? You can. It's what is it? KBW, I think. KRE is the S&P banking index, not actually it's S&P banking sector, but it's not bank is NASDAQ. It's the NASDAQ regional bank index. Back in January, you were looking into the potential of holidays deferring OPEC settlement. I'm curious what came of that. Dud? No, GME went up like 100% over the course of like January, as like that was defer packs. 60%. It was awesome. Should we be seeing that again? I do recall defer packs. No, liquidity got pushed a lot harder this time than back in January. So right now we're seeing pretty consistent covering, but it's not very rapid yet. So they're slowly covering right now, which is fairly similar to what happened during defer packs. Except the more they cover, the more that's gonna accelerate. So this is probably like closer to like an OPEX realization than it is to like what we saw back in Jan. Although we're still like a week away from OPEX. I watched the AMC videos yesterday. It's sad and cringe. People trying to do mental gymnastics to justify what happened. Sunk cost fallacy is a hell of a drag. I mean, they still haven't done anything with our money, if that's what you're asking, Golden Jive Turkey. The amount of anguish and pain being expressed in the pickle jar was delicious. The 1 penny loss per GME share is devastating. Still not making money though, right? Also, I believe it was 9 cents per share. They're investing our money for us. How kind of them. Jimmy had trash earnings with no guidance, aka turnaround plan for a turnaround play. Why would anyone be bullish on it? Outside of market mechanics, which the drop in options interest makes less. And was there another word there? Impactful? Why do SSers come in here once a quarter? Can they at least dislike the stream daily to up engagement for you? They have bots that do that. Sad thing is, AMC will probably be eventually get oversold RSI bounce, and a bunch of yards will YOLO a bunch of money and lose it. Why does it have to bounce? RSI can just go down and then stay down forever. It doesn't. There's no like rule about RSI bouncing. RSI just tells you what the chart already does, is that the stock's gone down consistently over a period of time. It's arguably one of the most useless technical indicators. Why GME 1850 when the floor is 10 million? It doesn't make sense. If we hit a recession, GameStop would have some good opportunities to use that money with a couple of acquisitions. What are they gonna fucking acquire? Go on. I'm waiting. 620 watching, 221 likes. Well, it can't be everyone's favorite. If you use SS to adjusted accounting theory, it was only a 1 penny loss. I'm confused. People on Twitter spitting this data is super good, and they're done rate hiking now because the Fed has done a good job that paid off now. Have you ever thought that the people that you follow on Twitter are fucking morons? I haven't been in the Poor's chat in 14 months. It's a silly place. It's gotten really ridiculous, yeah. Thanks, Solid Sandwich. I'm totally done with GME. From here on out, I'm buying new games from Amazon and selling old games to tricks behind the Wendy's dumpster. You probably get more money for them. Did any poors like Lenixis end up shorting GME into earnings? I don't know. If you shorted GME into earnings, though, you're underwater right now. A lot, because Ivy crushed. So you think we can bounce here on SPX till 44.50 and then drop back down? I mean, it doesn't look like they got a whole lot out of the Fed speech. At this point, it seems like they're just trying to protect Delta Neutral, but they're selling a fuck ton of puts. Why doesn't RC just go buy a few billion worth of H100 chips, collateralized by that order of H100 chips? All indicators that are just some form of stock price minus smooth stock price are garbage. I know. I don't I don't think a lot of people understand what it means for AMC when their bondholders allowed their payments to be deferred. I don't think anybody who's ever bought AMC has understood anything about the stock market. Unless it's from the RSI region of France, those are just sparkling downs. My wife always walks by at opportune times, and she always laughs at your jokes. It's okay. You'll find someone else, Paris. Don't worry. I'd pay AMC like $5 an hour to hook up my PS5 to play Madden on the big screen. Ugh. I hate everything you just said there. If one hasn't entered Tesla spreads yet, would today be a good entry? End of day yesterday was slightly better. 251's a good entry. Maybe 248. I don't like this as an entry. This sucks. The GME chat is atrocious. I know. Is around here a good entry for those 105Ps on AMD? I'd wait a little bit, but I think there'll be another good entry today. Like let the bounce play out, right? See where it takes us. I think there's plenty of time there. I don't think you have to rush it. It took a beating in pre-market, so. On the real, I went to buy Madden 24 last night at GameStop. They didn't have any, but they said they had 23 in inventory at another store 10 miles away. I bought it next door at Walmart. Poo inventory control. That isn't his wife anymore. Will they defend DN today or bounce it back above 44.50? I mean, they're going to try to get it back above 44.50. I did it. I sold a put just like the big boys. How fucked am I? I don't know where you sold it. You could be pretty fucked. Is it naked? Or did you clothe it? Hold on 1 second. Still trying to turn this fucking ship around, huh? What school of ethics, if any, would you say you subscribe to? I don't think any particular one. Bits and pieces of each. Utilitarianism or consequentialism? Maybe more of like a postmodern approach or virtue. God, philosophy is such a useless endeavor. Why is Fubo going up? Is it MOASS? Should I un-DRS? Are my $3 cover calls safe? Good morning, by the way. Probably not. Should I un-DRS? I don't care. Are my $3 CC safe on GME? Maybe. Do you think J&J will end up significantly below 160 end of week? End of this week? Probably not. It's kind of slow to drop. And you've got 1 day. I don't always sell puts. When I do, they're clothed with a loincloth. Nice. They're really crushing GME IV today. Yep. What's your opinion on GME earnings? They were meh. I'm largely unimpressed with them. More of a continuation of the same. So far, Ryan Cohen's largest business venture has been the purchase of short-term U.S. securities. Same like growth, but just awful. So why is there a closeout my 1650 GME sold puts up 88% today? Or see if it expires tomorrow. I don't think you're in that dangerous of a position at 1650. But you're really not capturing all that much more by closing them out, right? And you're leaving quite a lot of risk on the table. So it's up to you. How much of a drop below SPX 4432.44 would indicate a continued drop? This is just like an old resistance. Mostly it's resistance on futures more than it is anything else. It's 44.35 on futures, which is a really important level. It's also like right where the like long-term futures downtrend is. So I mean a breakdown to delta neutral would indicate a continuation. That would be like a strong indication of a continuation. Watching the chart all day is so boring. How do you do it? You just don't have money. That's why it's boring to you. If you have like a couple $100,000 at risk at any given time, it becomes a lot more exciting really fast. Bonds offering Jimmy snail-like growth. Just half the rate of inflation, right? Are you impressed with the DRS number though? Nothing more than a statistical anomaly. What isn't the DRS number down? It's like 25% of the shares. It means nothing to me. DRS is the stupidest fucking movement that I've seen outside of maybe, I don't know, the Wall Street protests. That was pretty fucking dumb too. Very true. It's like watching sports without betting, I suppose. GME valuation improvement basically hinges on a solid turnaround plan. The lack of guidance is telling. They don't have one. Yeah, it's starting to seem like that, right? Zero. There's not a thesis of a gap close. There's just a lot of underwater shorts on Hawaiian Electric, and they probably want to close because the valuation's not going to go lower, right? At least not in the near term. And with more and more evidence coming in, it's looking less and less like they're going to get sued into oblivion. So shorts are wrong. Shorts are already underwater. Shorts will have to cover. That could take some time. I mean, they don't want to get squeezed, right? So they're not going to cover all at once. How does options OI look on the SPX? It's still predominantly bearish. They're selling a lot of out of the money puts. They're trying to turn it around. They just haven't been very successful in doing so. And 4440 and 4450, 4445 puts seem to be staying in place for the most part. Bears are targeting 4425, obviously. Where delta neutral is. So we'll see who wins. But right now, not a lot's happening. Well, Ivy doesn't crush after every earnings call. Sometimes it's realized. And everybody always thinks that they can buy directional options and capitalize on the increase of IV into earnings, but sometimes the price drops or goes up into earnings instead of just stagnating while IV increases, and then you get fucked hard. Then earnings is bad and the price continues to move in the opposite direction while continuing to crush out your position that was already underwater. So pennies in front of a steamroller, it's not a very profitable play. You know how you gave me credit for making money yesterday? Well, I own a 4420p. I bought near the bottom. Bad habits die hard. I mean, you could still be right. Chop all day. I mean, we'll probably pick a direction eventually. Futures is moving right now to break below 4435, so this might be significant. I still expect them to defend delta neutral as much as they can. If it slips below delta neutral, the rest of their Vega exposure gets ripped wide open. It's really quite bad for them. I mean, this isn't actually a Head and Shoulders. I don't know where you're getting one of those from. From like Market Open? Not really. This is I mean, this is a bearish breakdown into what's starting to look a lot like a descending wedge. My entry was terrible. Time will tell. You mean like how I was right about my 4505p the other day and never made money on it? What are your thoughts on splitting up BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard? It'd be good. It'd be very good for the economy. We should probably also split up the G-Sibs as well while we're at it. What's delta neutral? 44, 24, 45. That's close enough. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck you, WeBull. Dude, did they delete my cool fucking lines? Bastards. I don't even need to fucking draw this part. We already broke up. Big shortings. You still think they push, or are they losing control? I mean, they lost control. They're trying to get it back. Where can a lowly poor get options data flow and OI positioning? Yeah. You can get OI from CBOE for free. Or you can just look on your broker. They usually list it. So flow, you're fucked without paying. You gotta pay for it. Hey Gorg, long-time caller, first-time listener. If data was bearish, why aren't we rocketing like we usually do on bad news? Well, because the data is actually bullish, right? But that's a problem for the bulls right now. They invested a lot of effort into pushing a narrative that the Fed would pause, regardless of the disagreement with the bond and swap markets. And stronger labor data means that the Fed is less likely to pause. So in a moment of peak irony, the bulls are now working against the thesis that carried them up to 4,600 in the first place. I feel like this is my time to get a 4440p if we break it. Well, we've broken it. I need to put stops on my 4435s. I'm not going to get underwater on those again. Fuck that. We're just back in the saddle. Are we going to use that term? I mean, I like it. I like calling it the gamma saddle. Although it's not really convex. Hmm. Maybe we should call it a bowl, like the gamma bowl. Meta rocketing to 305. Same like clown market. Oh, it is a clown market. Gamma taco? Uh, no, I don't like it. Gamma sushi doesn't work either. So we're now more likely to see a rate hike than a pause. Yeah, we have been. We've been ever since PCE came in hot. We've been far more likely to see another hike than anything else. But that's not the narrative they're pushing. Right. The narrative and bond markets and swap markets are in complete agreement that we're likely to see another rate hike, right? I mean, like the 3 month is priced at 5.47, which is kind of the peak rate, and the 6 month is priced above 5.5. Right now, the effective federal funds rate is 5.33. So both of those are operating under the presumption that we at least see one more rate hike. Now, don't get me wrong, the 2 year is assuming that we'll see a slight cut over the next 2 years. But yeah, I mean, so the bond market and the swap market agree that the Fed is likely to continue hiking rates and hold rates higher for longer. However, equities are completely in disagreement with that right now. They're starting to come more in line at our current price, but they're fighting back quite hard. Um, Gamma Sutra. Ever notice some of the dumb things your brain tells you to do? Like just now at the bottom, my brain said, buy a 4420p, and I'm glad I didn't. That was probably smart. Remember earlier when I was like, maybe don't buy out of the money puts right now? Wait. I haven't looked at the SPX chat, but I can feel JFresh's anger. I'm gonna go check it out. It's like a sunburn. Sorry, Mr. Fubo price action talk like 15 minutes ago. My wife was talking, and I'm not good at pretending to listen to her, so I missed what both of you said. Could you repeat, please? I mean, Fubo bounced on 260, so it may have another shot at retesting 308. It looks like it's gonna try. I might pick up some $3 calls again on it. I do like buying $3 calls on Fubo. Is JFresh seething? Hold on, I'm gonna go look. I think he's just sitting there with his arms crossed. Does the V go the other way today? They're trying. If they get it over 44.50, they got a shot at gaining their ground back. How high do you think we can bounce? 44.75? I mean, that's where they need it to bounce to. I don't know if they'll be able to do it or not. I mean, part of me hopes they do because I have debit spreads that I bought to hedge the upside that are very, very underwater. Although I don't think like a bounce off of like a near test of delta neutral is bullish long term, right? Like this can last a couple days, and they're gonna keep fighting for it because they really really want gamma neutral for next week. It's super important for them. If they're unable to get gamma neutral by next week, they're fucked. Like they're like 4400, like sub 4400 down to like 4000 fucked. Because they can't pull back their Vega risk unless they get the price near or above gamma neutral. GME liquid dead? It's not that liquid. It's getting progressively more liquid, which is bullish. Just be patient. Draw some line. I already drew the line, and then it broke it, and then we're going up. Looks like I'll put that one back. That one's probably important. Where do they need to get to gamma neutral to pull back Vega risk? Because if they try to pull back Vega risk here in a negative gamma environment, they're gonna flip the market maker long Vega, right? The market maker is gonna start going long as fuck vol while they're trying to close their positions, which is gonna cause a squeeze, right? That's gonna squeeze them out. But if they can get the market maker to short Vega, right, above gamma neutral and act as a buyer, then they can slowly close out some of their Vega risk without tanking the market. Be patient. Ah, yes, because we know patience is the strong suit of this cult. Why is the deadline next week? Well, first of all, we approach the OPEX expiration, right, where any of their underwater Vega will cash settle, right, or they'll need to roll it forward and compound risk even more. And they rolled forward in August OPEX already, so they're not in a good position to do that again. Also, SLD, having the MM act as a net buyer for your liquidity sell-offs is really advantageous. Greg, I have good news and bad news. You full port shorted Tesla. It's so nice of you to say to wait on AMD. Look at it just giving us all better entries. I know. 0.4% on SPX in 10 minutes is totally normal. Good news, I'm home from work today. Cool. Bad news, it's because I have COVID. Lame. Does it make sense to buy a meta put here? I guess if you want to. Like that's it? That's all you're gonna ask? Does it make sense to short Meta? I mean, it makes sense to short them, but in what fashion do you plan on shorting them? J-Fresh. Can you give me like a 10-minute heads up on $10 SPX move to make up for the calls that lost me money 2 minutes before SPX pumped $15? No. If bulls fail this test, do we see more downs or sideways chop? Well, they need to squeeze out the shorts at 44.45, 44.50, 44.55, and 44.60. That's gonna be tough. They may need to bounce it a couple more times to get them all to stop loss out. Oh, cool. It's a little profit taking at the 44.50 and the 55. So Gamma's flattening out a little bit to the upside on the 0 DTEs. So I think they'll keep trying to push. It makes sense too. So small pullback here, let VIX rise a little bit, reposition calls, and then push again. Express hasn't had any volume in 7 minutes. Bullish. Sure, man. How is being more liquid bullish for GME? It means they're covering their short positions. Good entry for AMD here, or still aiming for 100p. My price targets for AMD haven't changed. It's slightly better entry, but I'd prefer an entry nearer yesterday's close. So wait and see if they pump indexes today. If they do, AMD can probably move up a couple bucks. If you really want exposure, you could take a straddle or like a. Hold on. Express hasn't had any volume in 7 minutes. Oh, okay. Oh, so yeah, you could take like a straddle, and then if it moves up, you can close the call at risk, and then enter an at the money put, right? And then like average down the out of the money put, or you could do like an inverse condor where you take like two at the money debit spreads, and then you can close the call spread at the top, like the bull spread, and open an at the money put spread. This one protects you from theta a little better. Like if you really have to have exposure, or you could just wait. Spread question on Pickles Picks. Your Tesla play, you've got two separate put spreads going on. Is this to lower risk of loss with the near the money, then profit on the further out of the money? Yes. Regarding SCX, SLD, OPEX, and AMD, if they need to be near gamma neutral to de-risk, wouldn't that invalidate the AMD play since they'd continue to pump indexes? No, because I don't think AMD's gonna benefit a lot from the index pumping. So I noted that AMD can move up above 110, and I'd be willing to enter positions between 112 and 110. But AMD doesn't really benefit from the tech pumps as much as like the Mag 7. Friendly reminder, I gave you $5 yesterday. Oh, that's right. Sorry. Sorry, Dork. No hard feelings. Could the Bulls fail now, or do we have to test 4450? This is right where we bounced yesterday. Is it time for the next leg up? Yeah, they need to push up above 4450. Have you poured liquor on the ground for our dead AMC homies? I wouldn't waste liquor on them. Like, not even like Old E. Today's thumbnail is uniquely horrifying. Good morning to you, ending. Not even Popov? No. What if you drank it first? Okay, that's fine. It looks like they're running out of shares to borrow on GME. Nope. Not even fucking close. Homies? Yeah. I bought all of my Fubo CCs back at market open. Beginning of the week from your advice. Thanks. Nice, man. What about Malort? I forget what that is. I know it's gross, but I can't remember anything else about it. Do you think we can fill the gap today? I think they're gonna try. Didn't I just cover all of this? I was like, we rejected. It's gonna fall back a little bit. VIX will rise. They'll reposition and push again. I feel like I said exactly that 20 minutes ago. Why are people acting surprised? It's big in Chicago, which is all you need to know. Oh, it sounds awful. Bill Gates bought $95 million worth of bud yesterday. That's hysterical. How's Macy's looking? Still shitty. Yep, still shitty. Very cheap, but shitty. Might see some price improvement after the dividend. You did say exactly that. I'm still waiting for the other $7 price improvement up. So I said that the price was going to pull back, and your immediate response was to buy a call here. That's what you're telling me? How do you still have money left? It's rancid like an IPA liquor. That sounds really foul. I'm glad you timed out the guy that brought it up. If the end target of the day could be 44.75, is it still not worth buying those now due to how long it might take to get there? It's probably not worth buying them. The 44.75 is very risky. They have a day job. Ah. No, I nailed the bottom of the little dip, but I need another $7 you to sell to make up for my earlier losses. Ah, I see. Jimmy doesn't deserve to be on the screen anymore. Probably not. But it's there anyway. I have a confession. I enjoy buying people shots of Malort and telling them it's Reposado tequila. F for Discord audio. I don't know. Is it F? Why am I suppressed? What the fuck was that? Discord kicked me off my own stage. I didn't leave Discord. No, I don't like Negronis. No way they can pump today with Apple and Nvidia dying. Okay. I still don't know why we talk about GME so much. Because I own a lot of it. You're not the main character here, Blue Bananas. Even Discord knows you're a BlackRock intern. I'm, I'm way above intern. Linux hacked into your Discord, man. Oh no. I just majorly fucked up. I meant to reply to one person, but replied all Peener. Just say it's your friend's name. And it's French. Piner. You didn't know how to do the accent. Mag 7 strategy where if some are down, Nvidia, Tesla, they'll pump the others like Meta to rescue SPX. Generally, yeah. If we fail here, would it be the start of a double top? No, not necessarily. If we find a higher low off of the failure, then it's just an ascending triangle. The more time goes by, the more Bill Gates became unlikable and almost scorned nerd villain. The video where he got pied in the face was his catalyst. Interesting. Well, boss calling. Might be spending more time here in the future. Cool. That'll be good to have you around more often. Can you even do intraday TA? I suppose on indices that have a higher success rate, futures. I mean, you can. It's definitely of less consequence than longer term, but just say opener. It's a believable typo. There you go. Thoughts on shorting snow when it tests 160? It seems like a good area based on past rejections. I don't know. I haven't really looked at snow's options chain in a while. It could move higher. I'd be careful with that. It might be okay, but 162 seems like a better target than 160. Finish that sentence. An ascending triangle that will ultimately fail. What? No, more ups. It would mean more ups. I guess ascending triangles do this thing. No, this one's even more aggressive, but and then you get like the little resistance guy. Where is he? There he is. Right there. And then these go like this. Thanks. No problem. I would like the inverse of that, please. No. Rats. Or we just chop all day. Crazy, I know. I don't know. The consistent pumps are starting to stop out a lot of the in the money puts. And gamma's flattening out to the upside, which is going to mean that if they push, they're going to try to target like 44.70, 44.77, 44.80. They've got a little bit of VIX that they can short here. There's not a lot left, but if they can break down the in the money puts, then they have a chance. With puts every $5, are we more likely to step up in $5 increments rather than 10? Not necessarily. If a large number of them, especially at like 55 and 60 capitulate, gamma's like pretty flat from there up. And then there's a call wall at 44.75, which is where they'll target to get stability and reduce Vega exposure. And then after that, 44.90 would be the next target. The best sign of this today was the failure for us to break below delta neutral this morning. Can you explain gamma flattening? Yeah, call interest is becoming equivalent to put interest in the upside range, which means that price can move through here fairly unobstructed. I know Apple's moving up. I have the fucking chart open. It's literally right there. But I mean, neither are confirmations of a break. We fucking didn't break. DN's down here, man. Ooh, Dork's got pretty pictures. I mean, it's DN. Stop calling it GN, first of all. And when we didn't even fucking test it, that's when it failed immediately. We bounced before testing DN this morning. I'm sure he started selling them right away. Did you talk about GME Gamma Max moving up? Feels good to now be fully invested in GME leap calls and shares thanks to today's dip. Majority is $20 April 24. Nice. Is selling CSPs on HE a good idea? The yields seem to be quite high. They're actually not bad. They are quite high. I wouldn't sell too much theta on them though. That could be quite risky. Asking for my 44.30.25 bull put spread. I think they're going to try to push for 44.75 today if they can. I'm trying to convince my boss to short coffee futures because we're long the physical. But yeah, okay, that makes sense. Oh. right. Okay, yes, DN, my bad. I've just seen so many days where it pushes hard down, bounces, fails, then pushes lower. So I'm just trying to figure out where the downside was more likely dead. I mean, well, first on the first failure, then again on the second, more so on the third. A descending consolidation, it's usually bullish. I need to quit my job. I cut my 44.45C at a 15% gain because I needed to step out of the office for a few minutes. Now it's up 250%. Fuck my life. Whatever, you made money. VIX below 15? I don't know. We'll see. This is starting to fail. I mean, it hasn't fully failed yet because there's some. Well, no, now it has. That's kind of not that bullish. Let's see what positioning looks like. So 44.50 is still moderately stable. They're gonna have to do some work to get it up above 44.60. But they've started buying some calls at 44.60. And then there's a put wall again at 65. So they're still trying to break down that like out of the money positioning or in the money positioning here and here. Then it flattens out. Well, this is bullish. Here, this is kind of like this. Then bearish again, and then flat up. Yeah, Delta's trying to it's trying very very hard to move positive, but it hasn't since 10:30. So this was like the last point at which Delta was positive, and it just barely, and it fell negative again. So we need to push through about quite a lot of negative Delta here to get the upside of 44.50. Futures are kind of locked up at the same, like the 44.50 resistance as well. Remember, those are going to start to tighten up as we approach the roll. When Girk reads in that voice, he hates you. No. What did you start at the beginning of your trend line, specifically at the 44.38 mark at 10.36-ish? I don't know. That's just where I felt like drawing it. It's technical analysis, not fucking rocket science. Stefan back from his Labor Day weekend vacation. Can he come in today and push up the SPX? No, he's still busy with his family. They've been evicted. You can, but it's a pain in the ass and they don't update, so it's not really worth it. I don't live in a houseboat, although that sounds cool. I'd bet a nickel that JFresh and Dork are better at rocket science than technical analysis. The minimum Ko-Fi donation is $3, Carl. So you're my favorite, and we like the stream on our job sites. Thanks, Proven Crown Builders. I appreciate it. Hello to everyone at your job site. Bull flag on the 5-minute for SPX. No. That's disgusting, Richie. Go wash your hands off with soap that you used to type that. Like, for real evicted? Ouch. I mean, he's an imaginary pickle cartoon, so it's not really that detrimental. They'll find somewhere to live. What's the Zimajewski score on SPX? I made some money on my 1 DTE straddle. Still holding the call side though. Cut some long dated puts at around 44.35. Re-entered some of it, but I'm hoping to re-enter the rest above 44.50 at least. Or VIX 14. JFresh is off his meds. He's talking about buying 44.30s. Like, bearish ones? Or is he like ascended and he's buying 44.30 calls? JFresh 44.30p, 0 DTEs. Does he think the Bulls are gonna lose? Or is he just mad at me? Tell him not to hate trade. Tell him I said don't hate trade. He's gonna trade with a vendetta and lose his money. He said wait till they're cheap. Hmm. Would it be safe to say their 4,500 Cs are big fuck unless they can get us there by tomorrow? Let's focus on 4465 before we worry about 4500. I hope Freg is okay. If he's popped in recently, I'm sad I missed him. If he hasn't popped in recently, why haven't you called for a welfare check? I'll also win 24M emoticon. You've asked for too. It's too much. It's fucking 11:30, man. I think Freg's okay. I don't know. I'm pretty sure he sold his GME in March last year. I've been hate trading Airbnb all week, and let me tell you, it doesn't work. Wait, Airbnb was fucking getting wrecked this morning. Is it back up again? Ah, my poor debit spreads. I just bought 4465 Cs. Of course he did. What was, why not the 50? If we fail the test of 4450 again, get that guy at the NYSE to start screaming fear. Don't worry, I'm headed into the fray to troll him. Alright. Have I opened 10 pickle and bean stands as a franchisee? Does that come with free portfolio management? No. It comes with burdensome franchisee fees that you would pay to me, ideally. Why the 4450? Because it's better. Why the 4465? The 4450C was 50% of his port? No, it wasn't. Popcorn Trader's port remains well funded, if nothing else. See, if you'd bought the 4450 popcorn right now, you could be like, I'm in the money. But you're still not in the money. Give it to me straight. Is this bullish? I mean, yes. I've been saying that since market open. Sometimes I feel like I'm getting gaslighted. Like, people are like, why is this going up? I fucking said it was gonna go up so many times. I'm still far out of the money. You son of a bitch. Is SPX gonna end today green, isn't it? I mean, that's what I bought these for. Yesterday. I grabbed some 44, 45C open for tomorrow. Thanks for the knowledge. Nice, man. As a holder of October SPX puts, buying 0 DTE calls to hedge is so easy. Yep. My port is actually not that well funded at the moment. And you call my 4465 degenerate. Well, mine are debit spreads, though. I bought puts early on and lost money, but I believed in you and bought a chunk of calls and hopefully can break even and make monies. I hope that happens for you. $44.75 BPS is only 100 BPS from open and 20 BPS from yesterday's close. It's not ridiculous. I don't think it's ridiculous. It's also where a bunch of their Vega risk falls off, so it's a really important level. Hitting 44.90, that would be fucking crazy. That'd be a crazy day. Do you think I'm ridiculous? Yes. I thought we've established that. You used to buy like 1,000 lots of Revlon in after hours. Days before its delisting hearing. $75, they have a bunch of Vega risk. How is it, AJ, that I say things very, very clearly? The 600 other people here understand perfectly, as do the other, 100 people in the Discord audio. And then you're confused. So out of 700 people, you're the only one that's confused. Well, yeah, but God damn it. No, not everyone. Don't everyone get confused at once. I don't need more of this shit. I said they have a call wall at 65. Ugh. You mean like 13 dudes and 550 Russian bots? Whatever. As long as the Russian bots keep signing up for Dillionaire, I don't care. You sure the rest of us actually understand, or we're just too afraid to ask? I don't know. I assume more people understand because otherwise they'd be asking. What would the fear come from? It's not like I'm gonna jump through the computer screen and get you. 150 likes? Pitiful. I think you just need to like refresh that. It's 333. That's at about a 50, a little better than 50%. It could be better. You'd think when I perfectly predict price action from market open, people would be like, I'm gonna like the stream. But no. Just dicks. Jamie went positive. Ibita. I had to look up what that actually meant. Good for them. After hours will be great again. Someday. My favorite part of the stream is no matter if you're right or wrong, chat will always pick a fight with you. I know. Did I miss a DRS rant today? Or is it too far down the Pepe Silva rabbit hole that we won't go there anymore? There's plenty of DRS rants that are clipped and saved that you can watch if you need to get your satisfaction. So far, Gherk 6, Super Stock 0. Red Candle, all is lost. It's okay, Carl. They happen. It won't be the first time you see something going down when you'd prefer it was up. It'd be better if you hold my pant leg gingerly like Matt Kors does. EBITDA equals extremely biased investing dumbasses telling allegories. No matter what he says, there will be more DRS rants. Just wait. No. I don't care how many DRS rant clips you've watched. Nothing compares to seeing Gherk DRS rant live. I have to be in a bad mood, and then additionally, someone has to annoy me. How would I better identify the failure versus... How do I time you out? I'm gonna time you out. Oh, that's so much better. It's not that he won't be back again. It's just that I know for the next 300 seconds, he's not going to say anything in chat. Sometimes I wonder if Stefan just changed his name. I had to step away, but for the dude that you just timed out, did you draw the 3 failed tests on the chart with a crayon? No. But DRS removed shares from the DTCC, who, may I remind you, committed international securities fraud. Also, Seed and Co. are a bunch of butthead shills and deserve to go bankrupts. Okay. No, you're not, Odorous Dan. I know because you've never asked me the ideal settings for, like, MACD before on various time frames. All the DRS nonsense is interesting. Still seeing Mainstar Trust on DRS accounts. Curious if that's a breach of fiduciary responsibility. I don't think so. I don't think there's any requirement for them to use a transfer agent. Why pay the additional fees, right? Devin didn't change his name because there's no one who's aggressively assertive in both their confidence in being right and uncertainty of knowing. Jamie about to do a negative beta. It's going up a little bit. I know, Lily. Different sides of an equally annoying coin. JFresh and me are both banned on Super Stonk. Have been for some time. Can you recap your perfectly predicted price action call? I said bulls were going to try to pump it back above 44.50. We're now at 44.50-ish. Let's talk about euro-dollar conspiracies. Let's fucking not. No, I tried, but not yet. Maybe I make a post about selling cover calls? You could try. What's the next call now that your prediction has been realized? That they'll keep trying to pump because they want to get their Vega risk back in the money, out of the money. I can calculate the approximate yields of selling cover calls and then use the DRS numbers to calculate how much money could have been made doing that in the past 2 years. Ooh. Actually, Carl already did if you want like the annualized compounded gains, Carl already mathed those up in a nice chart. Break everybody's heart in one post. I got banned from SS for telling them how much I made lending out my GME shares. Since they banned me, I couldn't even post when I sold all my GME. You fucking shill. Yeah, but Dork, hold on. I'm gonna tell you exactly what they're gonna say if you write that post. All of them. The DD is done. DRS book MOASS. We're Zen. Yeah. Or they'll say really stupid shit like, I prefer to DRS my shares to book. Like, just the most ignorant shit they can possibly say. I'm not in this to make money. This is about fucking the hedgies. So DRS my shares, got it. Yeah, exactly. I'd be banned and called a shill if I told them that I lowered my cost basis by 50% through covered calls and CSPs. That sounds like shill talk. You're probably a pickle licker. You're part of that pickle cult. Don't people find it concerning that super stocks still exists? I mean, so does QAnon. I have one DRS share. My kids are set for life. The Yield Max NVIDIA ETF, NVDY, killed it on selling vol last month. It looks like the dividend's 46% right now. Cool. I've been called some seriously messed up stuff. When people figure out I'm on here, the mods don't do shit about it. No, they don't. The mods of Superstock have always promoted hatred and disinformation. Is the upside over for the day? No. But a lot of weakness at 44.50. Delta's pretty flat right now. Not a lot of volume. So we should drift down. If we break through 44.45 on ES, gets a little more bearish. This range is very choppy still. I'm gonna pick up a put. Retest. 44.40. See, 44.40 interest isn't very strong. But it's better than 50. Hmm. Yeah, call interest isn't really moving anywhere, so we may just fall to like the lower part of this range, and then they'll try to rebuild some momentum. Looks choppy though. Because where I'd pick up a short iron condor and then get blown up, but when we close the day at 44.40. How many day trades do you have left? 0. And because of the holiday, I don't have another one till like next week. But I can close any of the open positions I have. Can you take a look and give your thoughts on Fubo actions so far today? I've already done that like 9 times. Here, screenshot this. Everybody wants to ask me Fubo questions. Screenshot this chart. Okay. Here, I'll zoom out a little. Screenshot that, and then don't ask me fucking questions about Fubo. Apparently picked a poor time to pick up a near the money call. Maybe. Let's talk about meta and nothing else. I don't want to. But Fubo's gone up 1 cent since the last question. I need an update, or I don't know what to think. Ugh. I waited and still got a bad entry. If it's any consolation, I bought a 44.40 put, and it's not really up. Should have bought a 44.45p. That would have been in the money, though. And that's disgusting. Hey, Greg, you once said you almost blew up your port waiting on your thesis of the COVID crash. Where do you think we are now this year regarding another possible October-like correction? I think we're pretty close to one, if we haven't already started it. Well, now I'm up too, so what's your point, smooth operator? Gurk, you know you can all buy options in the money. Also, Gurk, that would have been in the money, and that's disgusting. The rules aren't the same for me, C-Mill. Gurk, it's lunchtime. Am I wrong to think this is bearish? It looks bearish to me. It's not really bearish unless we break under 44.40 again. We're still very much within the uptrend. We're a little wider. It broke down a little more. That's not really a head and shoulders, but the ascending triangle failed to break out, right? And then we broke down a little bit, but if we recover in the higher range, we can still test again later. If we start unless we break down under delta neutral, the opportunity for them to push this up will remain. I saw a video last night of Kerry shaming the guy from SVB for not hedging. It felt like he was talking to me. I cried myself to sleep. Gurk, hey Gurk, it's lunchtime. Am I wrong to think this is bearish? Okay. Apparently, I have another one of these. Where does the time go? Anyway, hashtag justice for AJ. He's been untimed out for like 20 minutes. Thank you, Evans. Gurk, it's going up again. I know what it's doing. I'm also here. What happens to the rest of the week if the bulls reach 4475-ish today? They'll try for 4500 and gamma neutral into next week. How's GME liquidity looking? Lendable shares are near zero. Let me tell you first off that lendable shares available through brokers are meaningless. GME looks like liquidity is being covered, but if they're starting to turn to the lending pool, that's a good sign. If the borrow rate hasn't gone up, though, I don't give a shit. And no, I don't care about the borrow rate from your brokerage. I hope they get to 4,500 so I can sell bear calls. That'd be fun. 7,800 to paint my house, in case you were wondering. I wasn't, but thank you for reminding me of that conversation. That's what's strange. What's strange? Why is it strange? The borrow rate is directly reflective of the amount of liquidity available to short. Why would you short something when you're covering it, though? Oh, C-Mill, Carl got you. I don't know why, but he did. Do you care about the corrected phantom bar rate calculated by super stock market wizards? It's infinity to the fourth? No. So there's still shares available we can't see. There always are. There's millions and millions of shares available that you can't see. All the other shares that aren't DRS available. Not only are they available, derivatives of them are available as well. Derivatives upon derivatives upon derivatives upon derivatives. Almost like if you really wanted to, you could infinitely short GME forever. You sold your Fubo CCs here yet? No? I probably have a few out, but not many. I did mention ETFs. We haven't talked about operational shorting in a long time. But wouldn't that mean that Superstock is wrong? They always have been. But Gurk, what about crime? It's not crime if it's legal. It's the opposite of crime. Nvidia, same like Theranos, similar. Little bit of Theranos, little bit of Enron, all shuffled together. It's been fun switching over to the mindset of the infinite pump from operational shorting. Getting to see both sides is really interesting. I think so too, Duke of Waffles. Dad, I'm comfortably over leveraged into zero DTE calls. Pamp. I keep buying in and out of 0 DTE puts to protect my in the money 0 DTE calls. So I feel you. I also have some 4450 calls that I would like to have go in the money from yesterday. That would be nice as well. And some way out of the money debit spreads that I would also like to go in the money. If everything could go in the money, that'd be great. And then after that, my puts go back in the money because those have more time. Apple's just kind of flat today, right? After its big dump. Small recovery, but not a substantial one. It was $14 higher the day before yesterday. So I would say that's not particularly bullish over that time series. I don't know what her voice sounds like. If when Nvidia crashes, what would be the broader economic impacts of deleveraging? I mean, it's a substantial portion of the Nasdaq 100 and the S&P 500. It's also driven a significant amount of the speculation in the markets this year, and then AI as a whole has driven unbelievable amount of VC funding over the last like 6 months as well. So I would imagine there would be a significant amount of wealth destruction. Every, former trucking business and shipping manifest printer and Bitcoin farm startup moved over to cloud services, right? So the probability of Greeks and IV make it more worthwhile to trade SPX options to you over futures during the day. You could trade either one. I prefer SPX, but futures have their own advantages and disadvantages. Risk profiles are definitely a lot different. And I like gamma. The drop we saw after testing 4450 was likely due to a Fed speech. Whose Fed speech? 4450 call interest, 55 and 60 are increasing again. 65 and 70 are also picking up. So another attempt. Which Fed was speaking? Harker was at like 10 o'clock. Williams isn't until 3:30. Goolsby? Yeah. The drop we saw after testing 4450 was likely due to a Fed speech. 44.75 be high enough for all your things to go in the money? I would be mad if we closed there and had a very red Friday. Okay. I mean, I wouldn't be mad about that. But, no. 90 would be better for me, I guess. A little bit. 75's fine. I mean, I have 44.50 calls, and I have... I have 44.35, 44.50, 44.70 calls open. And then I have 65.70 and 75.90 bull spreads. Debit. Goolsby sounds like a villain's name. Maybe. So we do this here. Hop into TOS on demand and find your DD from the previous day. Then I trade SPX 0 DTs on that day. And let me tell you, the cheapest lesson ever to not gamble. Gambling's bad. $44.50 would be the breakout price. The higher above 44.50 it gets, the more confidence is added to that breakout. KV still a waiting game, or did something happen? No, literally nothing's happened. It's in the S&P, so when the S&P drops, so does KV. Although I have a feeling that you don't know anything about that play. Are you even in Dillionaires? Why would you have bought something that you didn't have the DD on? The DD I gave you is done. You just responded yourself. Tube socks are only ninja garb if you wear them with thong type sandals. Or thongs. Depends on the kind of ninja. So I wanted to hurt the hedgies and be part of a movement by aligning yourself with the hedgies. They're kind of monkish. It feels neat. No. That's how you confirm breakouts, is movement beyond the larger resistance. I prefer crotchless sandals. I just have too much time on my hands until the 18th of September. I mean, but like, don't FOMO into shit unless you know the DD behind it. And given that over the last couple days you've asked me about Express and KView, I would say that you probably haven't read the DD on either of those. So you're kind of just buying shit blind because you hear people talking about it, and that's a very, very terrible investment strategy. It's not public shaming, it's the internet. Who cares? Why won't Weeble let me place a straddle on my cash account? I don't like legging in on my phone. I don't know. But they do block them. I know that. You have to buy each leg individually. PP. We in the saddle. Yeah, we're back in the saddle. Vic's looking full yummy for a bull pumpy. 44.75 in the next hour would be arousing. They're trying. I think they care more about like 60 and 65 than 75, but 75's important. You should really do some of the reading, AJ. Baby Whale Nuke, thank you so much, man. Guys, give Baby Whale Nuke a shout out for hooking you up with some Cornishon memberships. I appreciate it, dude. KViews was part of a KView was part of unwinding the unwinding of a dispersion trade between Johnson and Johnson and KView. And in order to get exposure to the unwinding of it, you needed both calls on KView and puts on J&J. The puts on J&J printed very, very, very hard. The calls on KView didn't print at all because those trades don't always break down in the same way, right? And so while there are a lot of shorts on KView right now, they have all the time in the world to cover currently. How short are you on Nvidia? I don't know, like 250 grand, something like that. To be fair, an update on KView and Pickles picks would be very appropriate, given that you've rolled to October. I mean, why not? They were cheap, right? It could still move. Re-ding? Is that like when you die in a video game and lose your level, but then get a res and the game goes ding because you leveled up again? No, reading, not re-ding. No one in here who hasn't read the DD has any idea what a dispersion trade is, or let alone what the word arbitrage means. I only played KView because I'm poor, and now I'm more poor. That's why you have to read the first part of the DD. I don't care. Good for you. Fair enough. For more uncertain plays like that, perhaps this one. No, I'm not fucking holding hands any more than I already have had to. I just want to pump to 44.75, followed by a dump to 4,400 by close. Is that too much to ask for? That's a lot. They're really struggling hard to break above 44.50. Yep. It is highly likely to happen, though, right? Well, they're highly likely to keep trying. Like, are you 100% convinced that it's going to print, or you're not fully convinced? I mean, I'm never gonna stop shorting it till it goes back to a more appropriate valuation. So either I'll go bankrupt over time, which I've slowed the pace of, but or Nvidia will drop. I have made a decent amount of money on my most recent at the money short on Nvidia, and I've hedged. I mean, I've offset a large portion of my theta decay pretty effectively. I've made money on both the up and downside of Nvidia, but I'm going to continue to remain net short on it for as long as it takes. I know what you're trying to do, AJ, and that's why I'm ignoring your questions and treating you with derision. The cat, I don't know how he is. I haven't seen him for like a day or two. Still really enjoying his under the couch cave. Do you feel as though you underestimated the impact of call positioning of the bulls and SPX earlier in the year after the March drop? No, I underestimated the flight to risk assets to offset the loss of depository liquidity. That was a unusually aggressive move. And as we'll find out over time, probably not the most intelligent one. One would have thought that after a year of bear markets, that improving the pricing on your equity holdings wouldn't be very important. But you know, the failures of regional banks in March really didn't. It really didn't reveal how bad of a position the banks were in. Um, Broadly, right? Like it still seemed very focused on smaller regional banks. Um, the fact that like larger banks have leaned into this carry trade so hard in order to artificially inflate credit spreads is a far scarier and significantly more impactful uh position. And yeah, so you know, the assumption would be that banks would never do something so fucking stupid, but I guess greed wins out in the end, regardless of the cost. The getting a bit too curious about my certain DD-less stocks is a byproduct of actually learning to manage my positions, which has benefited me quite a bit. I mean, that's good. I'm just saying, like, buying into shit without knowing the full story behind it, is a very risky proposition. Even if you manage it well, right? Keep going, almost there. Yeah, we're getting there very slowly, but they're working at it. They're chipping it away. Thank you, Cobra. 4450 confirmed. Now looking to 4455, 60 for a stronger trend. Let's see. Put wall at 60, I believe. Still, let me see how that's looking right now. Actually, so there's still a put wall at 65. So break of 65 leads to a much stronger upside trend. This range is still contested. Although, yeah, a break of 50 is a big step in the bullish direction. The byproduct buying has gone down over time. I'm just saying there could be a lot of nuance in a position like that, where you end up in something like K-view without the other side of the arbitrage position, right? I mean, I'm usually I usually kind of say everything there is to say about like pickles picks after a few days of them being out, but not always. And there can be like nuance in them that just isn't revealed, right? Or we just doesn't get talked about because it's already explained in the DD. The other side of arbitrage, my tale, Girk's story. So there was like but back when I first started getting into Upstart, this is a really good example. Upstart was like $18 at the time or something. And I was going like synthetic long, right? And getting like the put parity was like blown out, and puts were really expensive. So I was building like big synthetic long positions for with a lot of theta. Um and like we started talking about Upstart a lot on the stream because everyone was getting excited about it, and then people just started buying like weeklies and fucking and I was selling CSPs on it really heavily too, and people were just buying shares at 18, and then they got all sad when it hit 12, and then some of them sold when it retested 18. And so, there was a lot of mistakes made because like people just took bad entries without knowing the full scope of the position, right? HE's moving. Cool. A little bit. Covering's starting to pick up quite a bit after the most recent drop. Hmm. Hmm. Ooh. Adam Maximilian Aaron, born September 30th, 1954. Why would you ever send me that photo? Do you think the dividend on HE is in danger with this current situation? I mean, I don't really give a shit, right? I don't own any of the stock. What's your Upstart price target for Jan 2026? I don't, I don't know. Probably Jan 2026? This is too far out. right now, given the credit conditions. They could get much, much worse over the next year or so. Provided credit markets I mean, so there's a lot of variables there, but provided credit markets recover and Upstart remains in a healthy position, I don't see any reason why they wouldn't start picking up revenue flows again. Maybe 50 to 60 by 2026. Although I think between now and then there'll be opportunities to buy it much cheaper than its current price. Fubo dying or consolidating? Didn't I already tell people to stop asking me about Fubo? It hasn't broken 308. I just don't want to fucking... What did Fubo do? It bounced off resistance this morning and ran up towards $3 again, but it's failed to break above $3. If Russell pumps, it probably will. But I don't know why I get asked about Fubo so much. It's like a 2-year buy and hold. And it moves like $1 back and forth. And I get like fucking 800 questions on it a day. I still have the screenshot. I'm just trolling. If it's under $2, I'm probably going synthetic long. If it's over $3 or $3.50, I'm probably selling covered calls. That's like all that's going on with it. It's just not that fucking interesting. Does everyone just have like $500 and they're just trying to maximize fucking 50-cent moves on it? Your audience is poor. Fubo's cheap. Your audience owns a lot. If you own a lot of a cheap thing, that's still expensive. F, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherk.
There's a lot of people who've been in meetings all day, and it's up a penny. Kirk, I need to know how to manage my 1 share of Fubo. You never see Atomic in here asking me 9 million questions about Fubo, and he owns more than all of you combined. So do I. Actually, he might own more than me now. But that's not the point. That's because he knows everything already on Fubo. Well, he's invested way too much of his money into it. So he did a lot of research. Ooh, another bot has joined Dillionaire. I know. He's not direct messaging me. I haven't gotten a direct message from Atomic in days. Yeah, but Atomic's a shill for Fubo. Yeah, understandably. He is cool as fuck. Hey, Greg, I have some Fubo CCs. Can you tell me about the stock price and action and stuff? Did you sell 250s or 3s? Here's what I don't get. It's both. Here's what I don't get. Like, if you get called away, you can just buy them again later. Right? Or just sell CSPs? Like what the fuck is the question? What is everyone so freaked out about? It's called leverage, Greek. The poors aren't used to having more than 3 shares of anything, so 20-cent moves with 69 shares, blow people's minds. It's like the entire chat is slowly turning into fucking Natty. Who I'm not sure, well, I'm moderately sure sold at a loss. Did Natty sell? I looked through Atomic's chat history and he said total shares outstanding 272 million. I can't tell if he's talking about his share ownership or the float. I lost 36% of my shares in the last run up in July, and I got them all back via CSP where they left at. Wheel, fucking A. I'm freaked out about sharks mostly. They're pretty scary. They have big teeth. SS has messed with people to the point where they don't want to miss MOASS on a $2 stock. It's fucking ridiculous. I've been assigned on Fubo a lot. It still makes money. Yeah, it's a nice play. Like you can make money on the swings on it. It's got some moderately volatile price action and like decent like index exposure to Russell. So it's like fun to fuck around with. But it's a $2 stock. Like fucking relax. I believe Natty sold at a loss and walked away. Yeah, and then like a week later, Fubo ran up to like 350 again. I'm sorry, Salty Shawarma, but I'd much rather talk about Dole once a month. Lost about 20% of my shares on Fubo through CCs. Took my highest cost basis, so now I have 6,500 at $2. Nice. Are you still expecting the Bulls to be able to step up to 44.65 today? I mean, I expect them to keep trying, yeah. They didn't buy those 44.65 calls for nothing. I sold my Dole at 13. That's only like 100% gain. Why don't you just sell in the money cover calls at like $10 when they announced reduced guidance? A wise man told me I could always buy it back. Look at you. Every day I have to walk past a Lambo Urus when I get to my job's garage. What am I doing wrong with my life? Besides full porting AMC back in 2022. Continuing to full port AMC in 2023. It will never be $7 again, right? Dole? Oh god, I hope it is. Fuck, I'd buy so much. And then it would go to 5. Dole has been my best play so far, and I love you for it. It will never be 7 again, right? I don't know. Food prices are starting to reinflate again, so it'll probably move up. Their earnings have actually been really good. Cash flows have picked up, margins have grown. I mean, everything that we wanted to happen after buying it happened. It's pulled back a little, but I don't think its long-term growth is very affected by the most recent small pullback. His financials are good. Win double down on Dole, sitting on my $7 cost basis. I mean, it's kind of cheap right now. I just really hate buying it, but at these prices, I would probably wait until there's a slightly more recessionary climate. I know some people were worried about the wildfires and that knocked it down a little bit. So it's not that it's a bad time to buy it right now. I mean, you could if you have not a lot of it or shitty cost basis. It's just more than I want to buy it for. Because if I bought right now, I'd be averaging up my shares. Well, I've sold CCs. I guess not that much. Maybe I'd wait for like 11. See if 11 would be possible. No, it wasn't a short squeeze. It just performed very well, like immediately after I bought an initial position on it. Which sucked because I wanted to DCA into it over an extended period of time. Can you say one or two positive things about Philadelphia, please? Thank you for making me an average trader from Philly. You guys have sandwiches and that science museum. That's okay. Can you tell Airbnb to fuck off? I wish. Is it worth it under 11 for a long-term hold with no current position? It could be worth DCAing between like 11 and $9. I'd probably wait until there's like a big correction or something. It tends to have a little bit of negative beta though, so that may not give you that much of a good price, but stop looking at my dual buy orders. Is this the super slow grind up you were talking about in your DD? Well, it's an attempt at it, yeah. Although the fact that they keep failing to move higher is it's kind of discouraging. They just have to. They don't like. I think that's the part that people miss is bulls can't just let it slide here. This is very risky for them. Getting it back above 4450 is essential, and 4475 is highly desirable. What do you mean failing? We keep slowly hitting higher highs. Yeah, but they're not getting a breakout, right? They need a breakout. Sitting at 4450 is not good enough. They need it above 4450. They can't de-risk anything at these prices. This leaves them trapped in their positioning, right? Because if they full port yeeted puts, the price would drop faster than they'd be able to enter the puts. So they'd still end up taking a huge loss. Maybe someone should tell them about not over leveraging equities in a bear market. Too late for that. Hmm. Jesus Christ. Yeah, and the longer they take to gain any substantial ground, the more they encourage bulls or bears to buy in, right? So, at these prices, stagnation is their enemy. They need prices to go up. They need them to go up quickly. They need to shake the bears off. Otherwise, the bears are just gonna like every time they short VIX and try to get a pump, the bears are just gonna pile into more puts, which makes their job even harder. Have to is a strong phase. I only hear you throw that phrase. I usually only hear you throw that around when my wife and I visit. How excited are you for football today? For what? I've been here for 19 months, so I know how much you love sports. Is today football day? What's up with oil getting bashed down every spike? There's a lot of short interest on oil. Russia and Saudi Arabia aren't really doing them any favors either. Yeah, yeah. Futures have limit downs, limit ups. There's a bunch of volume, 14K on the 4450p for next Friday AM expiry, where they had 62K OI going into today. Might be de-risking like we saw during the dumps in August. Could be some de-risking. They're not going to de-risk anything that's going to affect VIX, though. And so, yeah, it would make sense. If it's like next Friday's expiration, that makes more sense because it's outside of the auction window. That's the stuff they want to act. That's the stuff they can de-risk at any time. But anything within the auction window, if they start de-risking it, they'll spike VIX. And they don't want to do that unless they have VIX and price under control, which they won't have until we move to a higher level. And football church, the kids' service is on Saturday. The main service is on Sunday. And sometimes they have a weekly football study on Thursday nights. Jesus, it's like way too much interaction with your football church. Is that a Texas thing? I know you can bet on football. Waiting for a test of 308 on Fubo before selling CCs? Or is OPEX too close and risky? I mean, I was waiting on a test of 308 to sell CCs. I don't really care about the risk. If I get assigned, I can just sell CSPs, right? This is bearish. It's still really nothing, right? It's lots of chops still. Futures is actually incrementally gaining ground. Will you be buying the Tesla McDonald's Cybertruck spoon? No. I know it's a real thing, but I would not buy it. Zero DT calls betting cheaper by the minute, though? Oh. I think it's hysterical that Elon thinks that people who eat at McDonald's are buying $65,000 trucks that can't tow things. It's a weird marketing campaign. Did you say above 308? Probably going to 350? Yeah, generally speaking. Like, historically, breaks of 308 have led to tests of, like, 325 or 350. Have to's inside. It's where the fear lives. This day has been absolutely annoying. Why? You could have just bought calls at open and made a shitload of money. At least twice. Today's been awesome. I mean, not as awesome as I would like it to be, but still awesome. Can you explain what in the world is happening with Meta today? Sure, it's having a hard time deciding if it's a piece of shit or a valuable company. Every time someone asks, is this bearish? I buy more calls. It's been working out well today. That's a decent strategy. Where is AMD at, in your opinion? It slipped pre-market, so it's nowhere near risk. It's at your midpoint already. It has been most of the day. I picked up some like 105 puts for end of September, but I'm not going to enter the debit spread unless it bounces higher. For some reason, I feel like they're gonna drop this hard into the later part of the day. I mean, yeah, if they fail to gain any substantial ground, eventually they're gonna close out their long calls and it'll slip, right? Meta is far from safe, and it's massively overvalued. Does this morning's data put a time limit on SPX seeing 45.50 again this year? I don't know if we'll see 45.50 again this year. Can you do that cool thing where you give us the percentage chance of us crossing 45.50? I don't know what it is right now. I'd have to go look, and I don't really want to. If we're gonna get like another, eh, the odds aren't particularly great. It's like 51, 50, 52%. Hmm. It'll probably be a little while, like an hour. Maybe just still more chop here between 45 and 50. Yeah. If we break down through 40, it starts to get bearish, but put interest out of the money below 40 is not that strong. So there's kind of just like another, like, price action could get hung up at 35 again. Put interest at 44.25 starting to grow a little bit. Not on the 0 DTE side, but out of the money calls are still there. So here's my guess. Bulls failed to pump properly, more or less sideways to close, and an overnight gap up to rescue those positions. That's possible. I think anywhere HE could get anywhere near this week, like to 13. This week? It's a bit of a stretch. I mean, it could, but maybe if it gets like a big influx of 0 DTs again. How likely is a retest of 44.55? I feel like I've been very clear about this. They're going to keep trying to pump it because they have to. I have to take a dish for a potluck. The theme is Italian. Do you have any ideas that's not spaghetti? Bring panna cotta. It's super fucking easy to make. It's either skew or put call parity, the engineer. Sometimes the dividend yield has an effect as well, depending on the if the underlying has a dividend or not. Garlic bread. Water, coffee, breathe, stretch, nicotine, ice cream, Sammy. You know what? You're right, Carl. I should stand up for a minute. I'll be right back. All right. No, I'm here. What's up, Gaff? How's Kava today? What time does the market open? Kava was yesterday and it was fucking glorious. Bring cannoli and every 10 minutes say, guess what I used to shape it? That would imply that you stuck your dick in hot oil. Darb wire. Don't stick your dick in hot oil, man. That's a bad idea. How thick should I slice eggplant for my eggplant parm? Nice try, glow stick. Nice try. It's called commitment to the bit. That's a lot of commitment. Popcorn. Peener? Nice. Vic's almost back at 15. Yeah, just sit here, I guess. I should fucking wait for it to do nothing. I don't have any near the money puts, and I'm trying to gauge the chance of us seeing 44.75 before end of week. How much does this morning's data fuck the bulls next week? I mean, this morning's data is not bullish long term. So I would say, you know, it continues to have a negative effect, but not necessarily any more of an immediate impact than has already been realized. I just got done eating the last of my eggplant parmesan. It was 16 pounds, and I consumed it in 5 days. Worth it. You ate a 16-pound baby Jesus? Yes. £16? Wow, you're an eggplant parm now. Believe it or not, no. Um, it doesn't really stay in you for very long. How's Tesla looking? It's back at roughly 251. I'm patiently waiting for my entry right now. Doesn't look too bad. I think if it breaks back down, right? What are your thoughts? 251's an okay entry. It's kind of failing 251. 253 is a better entry. But I mean, you could pick up a position here, but I would keep your risk at 251, which looks like it would get broken very soon. Oh, they're trying. They've been trying all day. Relatable. It's good for you too. Eggplants are a nutrient-rich food that contain fiber, vitamins, and minerals, and nicotine. So you're saying if I want to trap a wild centaur in my backyard, I need an eggplant, a large cardboard box, and a stick attached to a string. That might work. Nicotine? Yeah. Yeah, eggplants, tomatoes, and potatoes, I think, all contain nicotine. Something else does too. I can't remember if it's broccoli or cauliflower. Ripe tomatoes have the most nicotine. And then I think eggplant has the least. Nightshades, yep. Is eggplant the best way to kick smoking? I don't think so. It's way less than tobacco. You'd probably need to eat like 20 pounds of eggplant in order for you to get like one cigarette. But eggplant parm has tomatoes, ripe tomatoes, and eggplants. 20 eggplants equals 1 cigarette nicotine-wise. There you go. You need 20 pounds of eggplant. Gurk, I just cooked 20 pounds of eggplant. No, I will use like 3 eggplants. The dish weighed 20 pounds, but there's a lot of other stuff in it besides eggplant. And it wasn't 20 pounds, it was like 16. Are you call biased for today on SPX? Well, yeah, because I sold my put straddle this morning. And then I have some like dead call legs from the last 2 days. You weighed it? Did you subtract the weight of the empty dish? No. But that's probably about 5 pounds. I don't bread with panko. Gross. So we got 2.5 hours left. 86 cents of VIX to short. And a bunch of puts at 45.55 that they still need to break through. One sec. Yeah, popcorn trader. So the way you pick football winners is you choose the state that's more boring, and then they'll win because they're more incentivized to practice to get out of their boring, shitty state. Like if you lived in Alabama, you'd work really hard to get into the NFL, right? I would. And you know sports are the only way out because of Alabama education. Exactly. Gherkin's 5% eggplant, 5% eggplant parm, if you know what I mean. Thanks, Pterodactyl. Not everyone has access to the OnlyFans. It's fun watching these clussies prop up the 4450 strike as hard as they fucking can every time they get above it. Fuck this market and fuck Tom Lee. What about my calls? I mean, to be fair, the majority of my calls are at 44.35, so I don't really care. But fuck those calls in particular. What's crazy is some people willingly leave good places to go to Alabama for up to 4 years. I mean, that means they have the strength of the uneducated, right? That's scary. I was being PC, Daniel. My stress levels went way down when I stopped caring which way the market went and simply started buying puts and calls with theta. It helps. Works great for Alabamans as it provides fresh dating opportunities not rooted in similar last names. Tasty theta, nom nom nom. You guys are so weird. I don't get market stress. Me either. I think it's fun. What do you think, Popcorn Trader? Sam. This French yogurt is amazing. Before anyone asks, yes, this is a little tiny spoon. Is that your silver baby spoon? It's definitely not made of silver. Unfortunately, no. If I was born with any utensil up my ass, it was like a spork. Spork's the poorest utensil, right? It's about 4 inches, 5 inches long. That's what she said. Someone asked about the size of the spoon. It's not that small. It's perfectly average. All right, don't make me break out the fucking tape measure again. Where's the fucking spoon? The spoon is exactly 5 inches long. My hand, wrist to middle finger, is 8 inches long. That's why it looks small in my hand. But it's probably roughly the size of an average teaspoon. I want to measure a few other things while you've got that tape out. It's only 25 feet, man. There's limits. Big hands, big gloves. It's true. Finding an appropriate glove size is very difficult. It's been here since that time that I had to measure the distance from me to my camera. I don't move the things on my desk around a lot. Spread your hand, measure pinky to thumb. Always 10 inches. Is this true for everybody? It's 9. It's exactly 9 inches, but it is 9 inches. Top tier comment missed. Was it from you? I feel like I doubt it. I don't want to go digging for it. If I measure my hand, am I walking into something gender related? No, Jen. Girls can measure their hands too. Fud, girls don't have hands. I was expected to be larger, but then I remember that humans have the largest size utensil relative to their bodies, and that you are in fact a centaur. I'm not a centaur. Do you have a freckle on your left forearm? No, it's a burn. Can you see it? I don't even know if you can see it. It's burned. They burned the fuck out of it. Make an eggplant. Did you measure the spoon tip to the sack or tip to taint? Tip to hole. It's the only true measurement. Can you take a look at KeyBank and let me know how far down this thing is going? Could go back down to like 8, 9. Insiders were buying at like 9 and 10. Short of new incriminating evidence, any chance HE goes any further down? I mean, it could, but it's kind of recovering a little bit today. The tips on it are looking spicy. They're looking like they're trying to find each other in a sea of shorts. The liquidity is only one way. Let's have an old times day and get this man 1K likes. Okay. What do you think about CPI and PPI? Hot. Hot like fire. Awesome. I have some in the money puts and also went out to 8 on a few of my puts. Okay. There aren't even 1K viewers, concurrent viewers. But 2,400 people have been here today. 2,410. I'm not lying. Look. See? Now it's 11. I think you are too, Vanseg. Now I want to know what you said right before the dips. Well, 2 of them are like probably service cutouts because they stayed relatively flat over like 1 minute. And then the other one is when I went to lunch. If you reload the screen, does that count as a new view? I think it's per user because they calculate it as individual users. Until you divulge the secret Burke ADD, or just wait for Buffett to die and then go long at the bottom. Let me just pop in and see what Gherkin is up to, and he's showing off his popularity. I don't know. According to the last financial data services that reach out to me for a sponsorship, I'm one of the top 10 most watched finance YouTube channels. So, just saying. I'll sponsor you. Yeah. You gonna put that on the fridge? I'm gonna print it out. Put a gold star on it and then put it on the fridge. Anything other than #1 is bullshit. I agree, but I have infinite time. I have all the theta. Get a trophy made? That's a great idea. You and Dave Ramsey. He's next on my hit list. How does it feel to be the only financial streamer willing to use the word bear in a positive light? You'll never be #1 if you aren't pure bull. That's not true. Look at Peter Schiff. People love that guy. And he's a complete doomer. Thanks, Salty Shawarma. Is that because centaurs are immortal? No comment. J. Dan Power and Associates, #1, 3 years running. Can you zoom in on SPX? Yeah. I still really don't know who Meet Kevin is. I've still never, like, I've never seen his face. I've only heard about him from you guys. Where do you rank among self-help channels on YouTube? Oh, like 2,800. The top 100 spots are all like at-home yoga. Can I get a daytime Emmy for this shit? I deserve one. Meet Kevin has an ETF? PP? Who owns it? MSCI? So we can track his performance? So this year he's up 50%. Was that the beginning of this year? Yeah. Or 16% since the inception of the fund. So worse than the S&P? I don't want to, but if I start my own ETF, I don't want MSCI to own it. I want to get the management fees. What the fuck? Am I allergic to pears? Yes. Look at PB and Tesla. They're the same chart. Most of the fund, I think, is Tesla. Oh, okay. Did you see my DM? I hope it made you feel special. Wait, but it's just an award for being a fucking BlackRock hedgy shill. Is today T plus 69? I'll print it out. Why do you hate I don't hate disabled people. I do have a printer. It's a laser jet. No, I don't support eugenics. I didn't. I think I saw your DM earlier. Huh. All tapped out and nowhere to go? That's exciting. Apparently, XRT has hit 0 shares available to borrow. I feel like that can't be true. They can always make more. Tesla, Enphase, Nvidia, Intel, Apple, Ubiquity, The Trade Desk, ASML, TSME. That sounds like a junior analyst portfolio. Why ignore me? I don't. What did you say? How's Apple looking? Rumblings about a Disney media merger before Iger retires. Huh. Interesting. You don't think the FCC would block it? Why did you tell me to buy these 4465Cs? I feel like I specifically told you that that was a bad purchase. I was like, why didn't you buy the 4550? And you were like, I'm out of the money, Any thoughts on a trade related to Biden's revoking of oil and gas exploration in Alaska yesterday? COP has heavy exposure, but they aren't dropping much. Is it just new exploration? I mean, there's still a lot that's already been like logged that's open for drilling, right? Russell 1K clapped in America. Fidelity showing 89,452 available. All right. That makes more sense. You told me it was a bad purchase after I bought them, which is basically the same as telling me to buy 4465Cs. You better get lucky over the next 2 hours. Revoked leases on Alaskan wildlife areas. Okay, that doesn't seem like a big deal then. Is Tesla gonna go ups now? I mean, the index is moving up a little bit. Looks like we're trying to get back in on that retest of 4455. How's Popcorn Trader still solvent? He has a good job. Do you think we pump tomorrow based on how today's unfolded? I don't see why not. Next few days, probably. But probably a lot like this until we get back above 4475 or 4490. Is this a rising wedge on SPX from this morning? Yes. Sometimes called a bear pennant. Nope. We're getting ready for the push. Maybe? Yeah, let's get the good stuff. I read on Discord last night that you guaranteed 150 on J&J. That doesn't sound accurate at all. If you were any species of fish, which would you be? Hmm. It's gotta be like a shark, but which shark? Tiger shark? I don't want to be a great white. Whale shark. Whale shark sounds cool. Bull sharks are mean. No, Greenland sharks, it's too dark. You're blind. Fuck that. Alexa, play Baby Shark. No. Makos are cool. What about basking sharks? Mako shark because of the tail risk. Is this an intraday cup and handle? No. Loan shark's a good one. I'm in on some 1DTE NVIDIA 460 calls. Am I going to be rich? Probably not. Maybe tomorrow. Megalodons don't live. They're extinct. What kind of salamander would you want to be? The giant kind that lives in Japan? They have no natural predators. You can't have a pigeon whale shark. Like you can have a pigeon whale because genetically that DNA combination exists. Right. Well, not specifically pigeon and whale, but bird and mammal. And they could be like a, what are they called? A monotreme. So like a mammal that lays eggs. Yeah, like a platypus. But platypuses are like part mammal, part bird, part lizard. Not part fish. You can't be whale and fish. That's ridiculous. They're they are mammals, but they're a monotreme, which means they lay eggs. You could have a pigeon shark, but a whale fish, dumb. Exactly. Can you zoom in on Jimmy and call that candle MOASS? I'd rather just do this. If I were a kitchen utensil, I think I would be a whisk. I think you'd be like an apple corer. Will Subway get his 45.75 fresh light? Probably not. Airbnb needs to be yelled at again. They just keep losing markets left and right. It can't be bullish for them over time, right? Melon baller. I just appraised a house that was a half mobile home, half concrete block. So anything is possible today. How much was it worth? That would be a colander, round and full of holes. How about my 45.65 semi-fresh light? Uh, maybe. $12, 1.2 million, 100,000. Probably rents on Airbnb for 2K a night, but only if you get 30 days. The value of the land minus the cost to bulldoze. How did it get permitted? Does it not have a foundation? It sounds like the county assessor's office isn't doing a very good job of ensuring tax revenues are coming in. Is going into the end of the day, is there a chance that bulls give up and close? Yeah. There's also a chance that the in the money puts lose ground as charm decays and that we push up. Is the Tesla place still valid if it reaches and breaks down from 253? I said earlier that 253 was a better entry point. Yeah, it looks like that's correct still. Although you could probably wait till next week. Half of it has a foundation. It was disgusting. Worst of the year so far. County had it as a normal single family home. That's insane. Fuberto touching tips with the $3 mark. No, the tips are expanding on Fuberto. Oh, there it is. $3. Is there any chance it's Taco Woo, not Taco Woo? Is there any chance when Charm breaks down and in the money puts lose ground, people still ask dumb questions like, why not uppy Morsky Nowski? Yeah, there's a pretty good chance that happens. So a lot of the questions you're hearing in chat from people today about wanting it to go up more, those aren't people that bought calls here. Right? Those are people that bought calls here. You still have decay on at the money and at the money in the money positions. You still have theta. Theta's not a myth. I would go through that even if you bought spreads in that second area, they could have made thousands of dollars playing each bounce. Did you do that? And the money decays to maximum hedging. Show me one theta. I only recently have 455, 4450, and 55p gone negative relative to yesterday's close. Do you know this because you're still holding them? Are your zero DTEs? Don't in the money puts have negative charm? Am I fucking wrong? No. In the money puts. In the money decays to a delta of 1 or -1. Out of the money decays to 0. So the 4450 put, which is now out of the money, has positive charm. And the 4455 has negative charm, right? Is that back? That's not backwards. The rate of decay would approach 0 into expiration. In the money calls, bleeding to a delta of 1. What about all the puts at 4450? Those are bleeding to -1, right? Wow. 0. Most likely we will close here. That's not out of the question. Although more options can still be bought. But the hedge on the 4450 put is going to fall off. And it's greater than the hedge on the 4455 put. Because there's more charm at 4450 than 55. Well, more positive charm. Wave your magic pickle and make the market do something. I can't make it do anything here. Either they come in and they buy more calls and short more puts, or we just fucking sit here between both massive stacks of put gamma. Does negative charm? I mean, delta would be more important there than the charm, right?
So the effective charm would be minimal outside of expiration. The delta on the 50 and 55 are about the same. We're just offsetting their decay. We need a bump from somewhere else. Yeah, but there's way more contracts at 50 than 55. So the decay isn't symmetrical across both strikes. I do agree we need a bump from somewhere. One way or the other. If we bump down, calls are going to capitulate. I mean, the same thing is true at the 44.50 strike for calls, right? I mean, like calls are less than puts at the 44.50 strike, but they're in the money, and then the 55 calls, which are significantly smaller, are out of the money. So it's just an inverse relationship. I just patiently wait every day for the BTFD movement to become impoverished. One day, but not today, unfortunately. It's kind of fun to watch their money bleed out over time, right? Constantly getting lower and lower highs. Until one day they move to buy the dip and there's nothing in the piggy bank. That's why you have a job. Your job is doesn't make nearly enough money to support the market. All of them don't. All the jobs. You'd be surprised how little corporations pay out of their total revenue for employment. Now, so you're used to being underwater. Got him? I feel like I did, yeah. Tell me about it. My job recently reported a revenue of greater than 3 million per engineer. Get fucked. Should have become an executive. But they're gonna give you guys like fat bonuses, right? To show you how much they appreciate the value of your work. How's that wage theft taste? JFresh, just remember that there's economics departments all over the country getting just way more funding than math. It's pretty nuts how rarely workers can get their shit together, unionize, and hold back their labor. They had a really good opportunity for like a 2 year period where very few people actually had jobs and they had a bunch of money, and they just blew all that money. And now they're going back to work and they're like, this is way less money than I had before. This is bullshit. So they're fighting, but not maybe from the greatest position of strength. And engineering, yeah. It's almost like healthcare is tied to your employment, and that's a bad thing to lose during a pandemic. Probably. I thought you lived in Texas, though. There was no pandemic in Texas, right? That's what I heard in the news. I got COVID 3 times. Well, you could have tried preventing that. Bulls losing steam? Yeah, a little bit. We fall under 4450. It's definitely worse for them. This board member of my company got a $3 million payout for taking over as executive chairman, amounted to about 7 weeks of doing nothing, then hiring a new CEO. Greatest scam ever devised. Please, if there is a God, he will unzip this call ladder. I still think they need to lose like 44.55 or 44.45 rather. Maybe even 40 to get me like meaningful downside momentum. Actually, you know what? If we lose 45, we could fall to 35 by the end of the day. Although I'm not sure that we'd hit 25 today if that happened. Do not say that. My NVIDIA calls need to print. Let them zip up that call ladder. Ah, contention. If physicians would ever do that, we could get wages commensurate with increases in cost of living for the past 40 years. But people conflate striking with a personal attack on patients or something. Do physicians not make enough money? You know what happens if the physicians strike, right? You guys will be government employees in like a month. A lot of pediatricians and FP docs don't make 6 figures. In like what, Nebraska or something? How the fuck are you a doctor? What? I mean, you'd think a pediatrician would be making at least like 200K. And they didn't do good in school. It's not like they. And kids don't really have any real problems, generally. And then those are covered by specialists. I'm confused by a pediatrician making less than 100K a year. My pediatrician had to take spinal fluid for my 2 week old son. They have to do work. Is he not like a neurologist? Just. That's a. We've talked about this before, I think. That's a dangerous fucking game. Such a tiny spinal cord. Kids die all the time. Think about the old days where half the kids didn't make it past 12. The problems that kids have are pretty serious. Well, when they have problems, they're serious, right? But then, like I said, those are usually handled by specialists. Like your run-of-the-mill internist isn't going to be like managing cancer care for children or anything like that. Or like infectious disease. Or at least not at the point where it would kill them. Or they'd end up in like an ICU or something. But specialists, regardless of the age group, get paid way more than generalists. How do I make more money than a doctor? I just stare at rectangles in the basement all day. Rhombuses. That would freak me the fuck out. I don't even have a kid, and I'm feeling like a protective instinct to not allow anybody but like the best neurosurgeon to spinal tap my 2 week old. My imaginary one. Like I've it's made me feel irrationally angry. The best neurosurgeon. My wife makes 90K a year in Mid Hudson Valley region, New York, and third year family medicine residency. Well, she's a resident. 80-hour work weeks, including nights. Attendee jobs for her around here are 200 to 240K afterwards. See, yeah, 200 to 240 sounds reasonable for a pediatrician. And 90K for residency, well, that kind of sucks, but residents get treated like shit. I mean, I haven't looked at that job market in a really long time, but it fucking paid more back when I was still in school than 100K a year. They have to do it more often than you'd think. I was in the room and he did a great job. Freaks me out. How many doctors are watching this stream? A bunch. ER docs do it all the time. It's standard procedure for a fever that won't moderate. But their spine's like a toothpick. Like, I get it, alive or paralyzed from the waist down. You're gonna choose alive, but would they? I made about 45K in surgical subspecialty residency. 90K is baller. It's been getting, residency pay has been getting a lot better over the last like 15 years. The hours aren't better. Although some places they've gotten, they've started to take a more holistic approach. That's what malpractice insurance is for. Man, the crime is dialed in today. I don't know, the Bulls are about to lose 44-45. Any chance of a big pullback here back to intraday lows? We could fall to like 35 from here. Unless they find a way to pump it again. Which they'll probably do. Residency and fellowship pay is way better than it was even like 2 to 3 years ago. Plus, the ability to moonlight is more prevalent than it was. And you're in debt for 30 years, or you just pay off your student debt like your first 2 years in practice and don't marry anyone or have a family. I've only been out 10 years, and let me tell you what 80 hours meant. It meant if you didn't record 80 hours or less, you got to talk about being more efficient. I've heard a lot of like 1950s and 60s meds, like residency horror stories about working like 120-hour weeks. Let the docs in chat know that I'm willing to be their parasite that sells them disability insurance. Any changes on the options chain? Not really. Overall reduction, but it's pretty even across the board with the majority of gamma stacked at 44-45. Some of the out of the money calls are closing out. 75 and 70 fell off. But those were gonna fall off anyway, right? They were fucking 0 DTE. What's max crime for tomorrow for GME? 1850. Is this like insurance for if the doctor becomes disabled and can no longer do doctoring? Yes. Huh. Yeah, but there's different definitions of disability. You mean varying degrees of disability? They cover us even in residency for a certain number of years of our expected income. Can I get that for trading? Hey, do you do one for trading? Like, what if I bang my head tomorrow and I suck at this? You never know when Kenny's gonna try to kill me in my elevator again. We would reteach you everything you've taught us. It's not memento, I'd just be stupider. There's an HE thread on Wall Street bets that's starting to gain some traction. Oh, goody. You turn into one of us. I'll just go bang my head more. Is 4050 the danger zone for NVIDIA? Lots of puts and OI there, around 52,000. There's quite a few. Yeah, but I think a lot of them are sold. So still risk, but different. We'll probably see short calls pull back before it tests 450, or if it tests 450. I have job loss insurance. Covers anything from losing a job to not being able to work due to health reasons. Have you seen Sammy Sosa lately? No. I don't even know who the fuck that is. $44.70 is dead today? Yeah, I think it's pretty much off the table. Could the SEX just crab into the end of the day? Yeah, we could definitely close between like 44.45 and 44. Well, at this point I'd say 44.45 and 44.55. But that'll narrow down probably to 44.45, 44.50 over the next like 45 minutes. How are they going to hold off Dixie and yields? Buy more zero DTEs, short VIX. Bold strategy. It's worked for them so far, but it's not working as well anymore. Man, puts are just fucking rolling in, too. This is like the most fleshed out I've seen put interest to the downside since like February. There's a pretty decent amount of puts like all the way down to like 4,200 right now. What expirations? I don't know, longer dated. Not today. Hmm. Right at the JPM color. What a coincidence. If we move below the JPM collar before it rolls, that's bearish for a long time. We're gonna that's like we're gonna start moving into another like bear market. Those once those collars start rolling down, it dramatically affects the range we trade in. $708,260 SPX puts at 4,000. Most of those are sold. Are we moving from one bear market to another, or are we not in one? Uh, has this really gone on long enough to call it a bull market? I mean, yeah. I mean, technically, but by the definition of a bull market. Although it's more of just like an extended rally. And later on, if we do move back to like 3,400, 3,200 on SPX over the next like 6 to 8 months, this period of time will still be viewed as part of the bear market. So their definitions surrounding that are generally pretty fast and loose. Technically, a bull market should be any increase from the bottom of 20% or more over a period of like 6 months. And then a bear market should be any drop of 20% from the most recent high. Did Kenvu show a rejection at this bottom? High volume compared to the last couple of days. Did it have like a good bounce? I'm surprised they're doing so poorly. Like they should have moderately negative beta. Damn, KVU got fucking wrecked today. I didn't even look. Um, that's awful. Yeah, maybe this is the maybe like this is the like big short to try to get out. Fuck, should I go long on this shit? Like actually buy shares? 3.5% yield? The fucking market capitalization's like half of what it should be. It was a tantalizing opportunity. Like it's trading below like enterprise valuation right now. It's trading at 41 billion versus like an enterprise value of 50. They have like 10% net margins. Hmm. How much debt got spun off? 750 million? They have like 700 million a quarter in cash flow. People gonna ever stop buying fucking band-aids? Huh. That's really tempting. Pickle Jar making business deals together? When Pickle Jar Venture Capital? We can invest in Squamp's idea to make staircase slides out of large sheets of duct tape. Really, all you need is a roll of duct tape that's 3 feet wide or 36 inches. Yes. I'll draw up the marketing materials, Squamps. Have you ever considered being a contestant on Jeopardy? It's a game show with trivia questions where you compete against two other people. No? Why would I want to do that? By next week's CPI, could we be straddling 4,400 for the meeting? I don't know. We're back above 50 again. I mean, I think they're still going to try to. I don't think CPI is going to be good, right? And it's not. It's definitely not going to support the bull case here. But I still think they're going to try to pump it before CPI as much as they can. I'll apply salve to my elbows. Okay. Upstart's been surprisingly resilient these last few weeks. It's kind of hard to short. I'll be super annoyed if they actually manage to pump this for end of day after I closed. I got stopped out on the last test too. So, I'm not making any money off this. I'll get my $10 back from these. Probably not. I'll be super annoyed if they manage to pump this end of day after I close. Actually, got some friction burns because I wore a short sleeve. Are you still talking about sliding up and down your stairs on duct tape? NVIDIA stopped me out by $5. I even had that stop set further back than usual. Did it do something crazy? Oh, you just got wrecked on the pump. I mean, NVIDIA fucking moved up $4. Yes. That's an amazing idea. Be right back. I'm going to the hardware store for some extra rolls. Wait, don't buy those. We're gonna make a giant roll specifically for that purpose. It's gonna be like duct tape, but wider. What's the HE timeline looking like? When will shorts need to cover? Whenever the fuck they feel like it. Probably before more longs show up. Don't be like that. I don't see duct tape color, man. I mean, hot pink. Hot pink is the best color of duct tape. All the duct tape I own is hot pink. Ah, that's not true. I have a roll that's baby blue. Proof or ban? I'll find them. They sell them at Target, like the neon colored ones. The only tape I have near me is my measuring tape. That's not true. I have a roll of Scotch tape also, but it's moderately translucent. You can't ban me. I use it for things you use duct tape for because it's duct tape. Don't you threaten me with me 6. How's it a non-answer? I mean, you never know what you're going to use duct tape for next. I'll turn him back into the taco night, and you won't know how to turn him back off. Please don't do that. Kirk actually has a brick of artisanal duct tape that he... Wait, maybe that was salt. It was salt. Yeah, but to choose hot pink as your default, I feel like something prompted that. Yeah, it was at Target, and they had like silver and green and black, like forest green, black, hot pink, like violet, baby blue, dark blue, yellow, and I was like, hot pink looks awesome. I'm gonna buy that. They sell all the colors. They even have ones that have patterns on them. High hopes for this alleged power hour. They're really gonna have to put in some work to get this above 44.55. Brighter colors are easier to find. I used to have pink, purple, and blue. Nice. Was hot pink a thing in 90s New York like it was in California? I don't know. Maybe. Lots of things in the early 90s were still hot pink. Was there HE info in Pickles Picks? Yeah, I wrote about it like last week, I think, or the week before last. Give me 1 second. I'm like kind of hold All right, I can't find any of my duct tape. Also, it took me 3 seconds to traverse the stairs using my method. Try beating that with traditional means. Huh. Alright. No, nothing really significant was said in the Fed speeches today. Is Squamps just hurling himself down the stairs? Yes. Seeing as I failed to get 4470 today, do you think it's still likely they try and get GN over the next few days? I think they need to, yeah. Let's see if they get 50 today. It's a lot worse for them if we don't hold 50 into close. If we hold 50 into close, VIX should stay fairly stable overnight, and they'll get more opportunity like tomorrow and Monday. No, I don't know where any of my duct tape is. I just looked in my junk drawer and it's not there, which means I've either moved it into like one of the bins down in my storage unit, or it's still packed in boxes from my old place. 1 second. Jensen sold more shares. Which one of you ate all my chicken salad? Ew. So he has a bedroom, bathroom, and kitchen scissors, but who cares where any of the duct tape is? Well, I don't have well, I have bedroom scissors now since our prior discussion, but I previously had living room and kitchen scissors. Didn't know what to do with the extra set of scissors. Now those are in the bedroom. I don't I don't have a glory hole. Are you talking about the hole under my sink? They filled that in. The tips on GME are headed in the right direction. What are you doing, Yaga? Are you playing GME? Sort of. They've drawn closer to one another, and yet further apart. Debit spread? Ah, okay. Also, pleasantly surprised that I'm allowed to send a message containing glory hole. Are you talking about Duck brand duct tape? Great stuff. I made a wallet out of when my kid was 5. I had some I made a wallet out of when my kid was 5. I don't know what fucking brand it is. Maybe? Was it? Could be like Scotch. I don't know who else makes duct tape. My port is named the Glory Hole. 3M is Scotch. Duck is an actual company too. Who owns them? You know, Yaga, ironically, my overnight straddle is gonna be very similar to my overnight straddle from yesterday. Well, if I can't find them later, I'm gonna buy them again on Amazon. Hopefully they're not the boring same old contracts, but newer and more exciting contracts on the same strike. I believe the calls are gonna be the same contract. They will be brand new puts though. Yeah. Is this MOASS? I don't think so. No. Pump it to close. Why would they quit now, right? Well, Because they already sold off all their out of the money calls for today. No. I I own neon colored duct tape and I can't find it. And I'm actually very upset about it. Do you think GME is gearing up for acquisition? You mean like for someone to acquire them? And then Ryan Cohen would get to dump his bags and his crazies all at once? Probably. Hey, Gert, just tuning in for close today. If SPX can't hold 4450, where do you see this going tomorrow? Another test of DN at open. Well, VIX can, if we're below 4450, we might see VIX move quite a bit more in the overnight session. And so yeah, we could open like at delta neutral, right? Um, Above 4450 here, it'd probably be a little bit more stable. Not a ton. I think their goal is going to be to keep trying to regain the levels where their Vega risk is at. It's an uphill battle, but would it tie somebody up with duct tape? It's just messy. Jason Bennett, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. What company is likely to acquire GME? Are there any? No. Maybe like a hedge fund who wants to like part it out, but outside of that, I doubt it. If JFresh would have been bullish on the Sunday stream, we would have crashed. Now we have to wait another week. We have to wait another 2 weeks. Because crashes don't happen before OPEX. Is there a chance they can keep compounding their Vega risk until the market crashes? Or their Vega risk causes the crash or correction? I mean, I feel like we're kind of already at the point where their Vega risk presents a very real threat to the stability of equity markets. How low can KView go? I don't know. Although, at these prices, I kind of want to buy some. Like, to own. It's getting tempting. Because the company should be worth, like, 30, at least 32. And it's like consumer staples, so it's not like a volatile industry or anything, you know? CSPs? I don't know if it'll stay down here long enough for CSPs. Sometimes CSPs are not advantageous. No, not MOASS. I mean, shorts might be pushing down extra hard today in order to cover before like OPEX maybe, but I need to look at the options chain again and see how much is expiring. If they have a lot of puts falling off, it might be beneficial to try to start getting out now. But just value wise, I mean, it's like their enterprise value is like $50 billion, right? They're trading at 41 ish, and they've got 10% net margins and like 700 million in debt, but they also have like 700 million in free cash flow quarterly. So uh, synthetic longs in KV doesn't look terrible, even if your CSV is shorter dated. Yeah, that's probably an option. I'd imagine that put skew is pretty favorable right now. And it's got a yield too. They pay out a dividend. I mean, it's like lower than the FFR, but it's not bad if you factor in the growth on top of it. If their margins pick back up to like 20 or 30, whoo, right? You can basically get a Jan 25 2250C for the premium of Jan 24 2250P. That's pretty good. There are zero quality knockoff Band-Aid brands, so that's bullish. Yeah. Although doctors' offices always have those shitty, like, Curade Band-Aids. Those are the worst. Super glue greater than a Band-Aid, but cytotoxic, so you really shouldn't use it on an open wound. Like, the surgical version of that doesn't have the alcohol in it, right? The cloth curades aren't bad. Yeah, all cloth bandages are better. Like the foam ones are garbage. They always fall off. You know what? You know what I've been buying lately though? What are the expensive ones that come in the metal tin? I've been buying those. I super glue wounds all the time, but that super glue blows. Well, they're just talking about using like you're using surgical glue, right? It's not quite the same. Similar, but it's not like exactly the same. No, the tip of my finger didn't fall off. I have very sharp knives. So it's a clean cut. Healed right up. I'm stuck on Band-Aid brand because Band-Aid's stuck on me. My finger fought bravely against a mandolin and lost. Oh yeah, that'll do it. So they laid off another one of us in a different office. I think I'm safe for now. Yeah, but was it in your region? Fubo testing 308. Cool. So I browsed Superstock to see the copium after DRS was down. Why are you trying to get me fired up at the end of the day, Doric? Here's a good one. Genuinely surprised at how many apes don't know that the reported DRS numbers legally have to be suppressed because the Seed and Co shares plus DRS shares can't be reported as more than the outstanding total amount of shares. Wait, so then how would they know when they lock the float? Ah. Those dumb, dumb, dumb motherfuckers, man. What's the educational system? Our educational system has failed everyone. Jesus fucking Christ. You know the worst part about it, Dirk, is I spent like a year of my life trying to inform those stupid, ignorant fucks to elevate them to a plane of understanding. Do you know how many awful DMs that I responded to? Do you know how much time I wasted? Worthless. They're just sitting there in their fucking kitchen. They're like, you know what? The answer to billions of dollars is registering my shares. No one ever thought of this before me, and me and 50 other thousand people all thought of it at the same time, and we're going to be rich together, and it's going to be really cool, and then we're going to make great big societal changes, and life will just be better from here on out. We'll take loans against our fucking garbage that we've stashed in the infinity pool. GME will rule the world. Apple will go out of business, and evil will be defeated forever. Maybe their parents just didn't like hit them enough when they were little. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with the world anymore. Bad teachers, awful parents. It's gotta be something. Congrats, you're finally an old man. They're fucking older than me, dude. The year is 2022. GameStop market cap is now about valued at $50 billion. I visit my local GameStop. The smell of urine, body odor, and energy drink burps no longer present in the air. Instead replaced by a trail of petunias and daffodils leading to a revolving door entrance. Leave my coat with the doorman and check myself in before walking into the air-conditioned 2,000 square foot three-story building with valet service. Immediately greeted by the sounds of Vivaldi's Spring, performed by the shop string quartet on the way in. Walk past the marble water fountains and Roman pillars to the used Blu-ray aisle. Pick up a $3 copy of the classic Nicolas Cage film Drive Angry. Guy in tuxedo at the checkout puts on his white gloves and bags it for me while I enjoy a spoonful of complimentary caviar. Sign up for the pre-order list for Kerbal Space Program 2 and leave my signature in the guest book. Bellboy carries my bags for me to the entrance and wishes me a good evening. uh, God, what are they gonna do when it's like $8 a share or $7 a share, and they've lost? They didn't have anything in the first place because they're stupid as fuck, and then they're gonna have lost what little they did have. Whatever. Oh, shut the fuck up, Neil Ape Strong. First to the moon. Your opinion is garbage. He's the 25%. I know. Clip that username. With a name like that, he doesn't even need you to insult him. He's doing it all on his own. There's nothing you could say that could be worse than his DRS to GME shares. Maybe somebody bought a call on it finally, Gen. Ape, no fight, ape. If that statement were true, then why did Super Stonk en masse attack and threaten every single DD writer over the course of like 2 years until they all fucking left? Is everyone short GME here? No. I have calls and shares. Uncle Bruce. Oh god, why didn't I sell CCs while that dude was buttering his bagels? Those who got snapped out of the SS cult may not remember to say their thanks, but such people must exist. You're just seeing the loud ones. I know. I appreciate you for being angry, as you genuinely just want the best of them. For now, it's just a glaring mistake, so we just have to average down the cost basis. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. How are you preparing for the worst, Kenson Lang? They don't even have enough market share that you could go long their competition. Just buy enough zero DTE calls on SEX to get into 4460 already. No. Either above or below 4450. This is the fate of the market here. And I think the only way we break through the 55 level is maybe like last 15 minutes if they pump really fucking hard. Makes sense for short dated calls, long dated puts. I think so. That's kind of the position I'm playing, at least. Have some data that reinforces that point. Yeah. Well, I mean, bulls don't want 4455, but it's better than being under 4450. They don't give a shit. All they care about's the saddle. Yeah. No one cares about your fucking LinkedIn. I'd rather be followed by porn bots than fucking brag about my LinkedIn followers. Wait, is this the .f dipshit that I banned from the Discord the other night? Is this person trying to be ironic? I thought it was just a bit. I don't think it is anymore. I thought it was initially there was like the off chance that it was peak satire. But he keeps describing things as the ape movement. They're scared of what? Their employers thinking they're fucking morons? It's generally not a good idea to reveal that to your employers. Yes. Look, my boss knows I'm regarded. Oh, fucking Christ. You can't make this shit up. You're gonna be so embarrassed when Jamie goes to 69 million a share and you become a billionaire. It's never gonna happen. I'd rather show my postmaster me going down the stairs than admit I own GME. I was able to retire because of the ape movement and people like you. I made a shitload of money off GME too. That doesn't mean I have to support like widespread ignorance. So you milked a bunch of money off of other GME shareholders? Someone bought your call from you at the top, right? Someone bought your CCs from you on the way down. I don't feel like that's a win. I mean, you did what you had to do, but it might be a little disingenuous to come out and thank them for it. Thanks, guys, for buying the top and selling the bottom. I appreciate it. I don't think you should use ape movement and macroeconomics 2 comments apart. I've said this before, I'll say it again. The only reason any of us made any money was because of Kenny. Financial education isn't taught to anybody. That's why they DRS their fucking shares. Taylor, that you could pay for GitHub stars equivalent to YouTube likes, but for devs? I bet that's a better flex than LinkedIn followers. I mean, yeah, because then you can get some H100 cards. You can order some H100 cards, then get a loan against the order for H100 cards, and then use that loan to buy the H100 cards. Boom, cloud services provider. And you've got all the freemium software to use on your cloud service. That's genius. Use something innocuous like Bonobo movement or BM. Oh fuck. There's always one. They always come out of the woodwork at some point. Several people I follow are showing the importance of how incoming rate hikes would impact housing demand. No shit. So you what? Bought a house at the top of the market and sold it at a slightly higher high? If you want to laugh, realize there are people who sold their AMC shares in 2021 and got the same money as someone who sold 94 shares for today. AMC was worth more per share at the bottom of 2021 than it is today, right? Holy shit, expensive mortgages will make people not want to buy houses? Holy shit. Well, no, first people try to front run the rising rates, right? And then they don't want to buy houses when the rates get too high. Are you sitting on a lot of that equity currently? Because let me tell you what's going to happen to the home prices once people stop buying them. I'm ashamed to say that I purchased Meet Kevin's course on real estate investing right after the squeeze in 2021. I've never opened the course to this day. I could probably sum it up for you. Buy a property, sell it for more money. Am I close? I made 120K in a year? That's like... And you retired off of that? And built an outdoor sports facility? Listen, man, $120,000 is not enough to retire off of. And uh, uh, 6 monkey bars in your backyard is not a sports facility. Retire from working for the man. Oh, Jesus Christ. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not dealing with any more of this. I can't listen to this. This is just bad for my mental health. Oh, they're doing it. It's the last 15 minutes. They're going for gold. $120K isn't enough to get food every day in CT, Connecticut? It's like my fucking rent in a year. 2 years? It's not enough to retire off of, but it's enough to stop looking for work and then last month start looking and change the participation rate. And there's a bunch of people that defrauded PPP loans that'll never go to jail. And they got way more than 120 grand with way less effort than buying a 2-bedroom house and fixing it. That's not like some fucking genius financial move. I know you're still watching, even though you're banned. I just don't want you to talk anymore because the things that come out of your mouth are almost too idiotic to handle. I'd like to retroactively apply for a PPP loan, please. It's too late. You fucked up. Including some senators and House members. Yeah. All of my dogs were employees during COVID. I mean, if you've trained them how to fetch, it seems reasonable that they get a living wage. That guy's totally screaming at his monitor. No, I know the type very well. He's not. He feels better about himself now that he's been banned than if I'd continued to argue with him, because he can take that false sense of superiority and 120 grand and he can go not afford another house with it. And as when his retirement's over in 2 years, he'll be right back where he is. Yeah, well, I martyred him for him, so he'll be very happy. I named my dog Ape Movement. I never let him outside anymore. I got a 80K in PPP and EIDL loans and grants during the first year of lockdowns. I had just started a business in November of 2019 and had nothing to do but YOLO all of it in meme stocks. Don't say that on the internet. Watch out, bro. He's writing a scathing LinkedIn post about your channel as we speak. He's probably balls deep in Bitcoin. I don't have to worry about him. Somebody just admit to fraud. That's awesome. US. It's not fraud. It was essential capital injections in order to maintain his business. I bought the Carlton Sheets real estate audio CDs about how to buy a home with zero down. I did my part contributing to the 2008 crash when they would sell homes to any rando in a t-shirt. They'll do that right now. My CPA has cancer, so he's trying to get me out of a sales tax audit by claiming hardship. He told me this while he's crushing beers at a bar downtown. I mean, at least he's living life to the fullest. Vupper Market Carcass. I'm using my free chat thing as a vote to unban him. Or can we do a poll? I mean, I don't care about him that much. Do you want his hot real estate secrets? Check him out on LinkedIn. You can join the secret movement of employed apes. Fucking. Oh man. This shit never gets old. I'll say that much. I came in to say that band guy can retire on 120K in many third world countries. Not for long. After the dollar goes up, it's going to go back down. Speaking of, does anybody want to buy my house in San Diego? You should probably try to find somebody who wants to open up an Airbnb. Are apes are employed? I thought the whole thing was that they had too much time on their hands. Apparently. There's a whole secret army of employed apes meeting in secret. $44.55. Here we come. You know we're just gonna close at 50, right, Torque? Yeah, I'm straddled already. No, fuck you. We 44.55, boys. Three minutes, man. Gotta zoom in on this. So 250 is the deciding mark, right? Apes are teaching each other how to DIY around their houses so they can TRS more shares. 75% more to go. Next month, 77%. Seeing the put interest today, seems like bulls are gonna have a hard time for a while. That doesn't mean they're not gonna keep pushing up until SLD though. They're holding 44.50, 4,500 tomorrow. Holding 44.50 is better because the prices might be more stable overnight. This is so tense, Dork. Bear bull, bear bull. Wah wah. Wait, it'll bounce right back another dollar, right? Oh, 2-1. Ding ding. Get fucking wrecked, nerd. Anyway. So yeah, closing above 44.50 is good for their Vega risk, but it's not being able to gain any ground at 46 like 44.60 through 44.70 today is still really bad for the Bulls. That means it's going to be a rough grind for them to get any kind of meaningful foothold before SLD. They only have 3 days now before the CPI report, I believe. Um, that's gonna be pretty tough. That also means that we're closing right at 44.50 on futures again, which we've got a small bounce here, but the failure to break higher, like at least in the technicals, is not particularly bullish, and probably means that we're gonna see another failure back to the like 44.35 level at least, or maybe even delta neutral, before we see a continued move up. The dollar stabilized a little bit today and came in down from where it was earlier, but still up above 105. Yen's pushing 735. USD JPY is still moderately stable. They pulled down on yields pretty hard today, but they didn't gain a lot of ground, especially after yesterday's like 300 basis point moves up, right? Correlation pulled back a little bit, which is also not great for them. They want to stop this from happening, ideally. The more correlation moves up, the more likely that we're going to see volatility in the indexes increase. And vol up, SPX down is the most likely outcome of that. Broad commodities still underperforming a bit. Wheat was up today, but oil down. So if you guys didn't know, the reason wheat is running is because Ukraine reported only 42,500 hectares planted out of an estimated 200,000 for the season. Meanwhile, South Korea's looking in the open market to buy 95,000 hectares of wheat, which is double Ukraine's supply for the year. So there's going to be some pretty intense food demand moving into the fall this year, right? And we don't have the winter harvest until like spring, I believe. And that's gonna compound inflationary pressures. I don't know how much yet. Obviously, the amount of demand is gonna probably determine that over the next few weeks, but it's definitely gonna be a problem. Uh, wanted to take okay, so yeah, so yields definitely contracted a little bit today, but still quite high. And a move higher is just going to drag the Dixie up even more. Um, Oil's still holding 87 a barrel despite the drawdown today. It's up quite a bit. Dow overperformed a little bit today, but S&P, NQ, and Russell all down. With tech actually getting hit a little harder today. So how's the rest of this week gonna go? It's hard to say. I think the rejection here at 61 on the technical trend probably means that we'll continue to bleed overnight. I don't know how far down we'll go, but there's some news coming out of China tonight, I believe. That might have some effect on the Asian market session. But assume we could probably pull back to like futures 44.40 And then without a break of 61, we're still quite far away from that test at 76 that would move us a little further out of the Vega risk levels. There's a good chance that even if they do push tomorrow, it'll be hard for them to gain back 44.90, which doesn't leave them a lot of time next week to try to make it above GN. And if more put interest is coming in, which it looks like it does, we may start to see GN move up higher. It hasn't because of all the call positioning at 4,500. But if that call positioning starts to trim back, GN's going to move further and further out of reach, and Gamma Max is already starting to move up as well. And Delta Neutral is getting closer to at the money as well. So everything's getting kind of tighter on the bulls as they're trying to run away from that Vega risk to the downside. I think that's about it for the day. I'll have some more out tonight. Maybe take a look at GME and stuff before close. So GME got a little bit of liquidity back this morning, and they didn't do too much covering, but they did do some. It's starting to just peak below the line here. Remember, after these tips cross, it's usually a few days before we see any price action. Like here, it was pretty immediate, and here at earnings. But historically, if you go back, there's usually about like a 5-day like window from when the tips cross to when the price action's really realized. So and given the speed at which these are approaching, I think we'll probably have a little bit of warning time. Right now, I mean, with OPEX only 6 days away, I would say OPEX is the most likely time for us to see covering here. I know there was a little bit of activity in the lending pool today, but no real effect on borrow rates or anything like that. Now, if we do see borrow rates on GME climb next week, that's a very good sign. But we haven't seen that yet. Is the failure to close the gap today naturally bearish? I mean, it's yes, because the market maker is going to take a loss, right? Nice, good job, man. Anything else? I guess we could cover a couple before close. So Tesla, kind of rejecting before 53 back to 50. So this is a decent put entry here, but it's risky because it keeps bouncing, right? This is the third bounce off of the 40, like low 40 level in the last 3 days. So yes, you could get a put here, but be wary of the resistance that's being found to the downside around 43, 42. HE kind of looks like there's some covering starting to happen, but they're trying to cover very, very slowly over time. This was the peak. This is kind of like the peak of their shorting right here, right? And it's bleeding out, and they're slowly covering, and price hasn't improved dramatically, right? I mean, but they have a lot more to cover. So depending on if there's any more bullish pressure on this, they could get pushed out really quickly. If call interest starts to pick up and the market maker has to start buying to leverage call interest on the chain, we could get kind of a repeat of what we saw at the end of last week. Maybe going into OPEX where there's a much higher concentration of interest. Anything else? Fubo? We could look at Fubo. Fubo looks like it's still got some slow, kind of meandering covering going on. It's not being realized very rapidly. And they keep trying to kind of claw it back every night. So yeah, it's still got a little bit of room to run. I mean, if it's gonna have like a big run up to like let's say like 390 or 460, then maybe this continues to get blown out. But here's my problem with it. It tends to perform with Russell really well. And if Russell starts dropping really hard, like if Russell has another 200 BPS down day, they might get a handle on this covering and bring liquidity back to mean and start shorting again, right? So I'd be careful with it. It could be a good opportunity to sell covered calls, especially if it runs really hard. Docu? I mean, I sold some covered calls on it. I hope it goes back down. They have earnings, but I sold some covered calls at 56. I think if it hits 56, I'm okay being out of it for now. I don't know how their earnings are going to be. They lowered projections on the last earnings, and that saw their share price get crushed pretty hard. Apple? Apple kind of bounced a little. It's got a steady turnaround here. If we're gonna see if we're gonna see them try to pump indexes over the next couple days, Apple could turn around back to like maybe like back to like our prior PT at like 183. So if you're looking to get like a new short position on Apple and you got stopped out today, I know I did. This might be the entry you're looking for. If not there, like if it doesn't climb that high, maybe maybe 80. If it could reject on 80, depending on the amount of short call interest. Yeah, Fubo had a pretty okay day. KView with the breakdown below 21. I mean, I kind of want to go long the stock. Like I kind of care a little less about the call potential here, and I kind of just want to buy some at this point. This was a lot of shorting. Now this could very well mean that they're prepping to cover the short positions on it, and this may be an effect of OPEX approaching, right? If a lot of their hedge interest starts to fall off on OPEX, they may want to cover their short positions before or going into OPEX on KView. In which case, like 50% of the float is sold short right now. So this may be kind of like the dip before the rip scenario. If that is the case, this is I mean, I know it's kind of a new company and it doesn't have a lot of prior history, but they have quite a lot of established value that was spun off from Johnson and Johnson already, right? I mean, they have like a enterprise value of about 50 billion. They've got like 700 million a quarter, 650 to 700 million a quarter in free cash flow, and they only have like 700 million in debt. So, and a 3.57% dividend yield. I mean, it's kind of a sick deal with 10% margins. It's kind of a sick deal. If their margins grow to 20-30% over the next 5 years, and they're fucking like consumer non-durables, right? They're consumer staples, so it's not like it's like very exposed to recessionary pressures. It might not. I don't know. I'm kind of thinking about buying some, like just owning some stock on it. Gotta go watch docu. I have way too many shares. Can good China news pump SPX tomorrow? I don't know if China can push out any more good news. I mean, they've been trying really hard for a couple weeks now. They've got a new economic proposal every night, and HSI is right back down. Any chance that they pump SPX above 4450 overnight so they have a better shot? Or is that not really possible? I mean, they can try. If they can get us above 4475 in the overnight session, That's super advantageous for them going into next week. But they're really fighting an uphill battle right now. They've got to keep vol under control and pump simultaneously. It's a lot to ask for, especially when, credit spreads are collapsing and the dollar's skyrocketing. The like the economic conditions are not good for the bulls. So, like I said, they're gonna keep trying to pump because they have to, right? That doesn't mean they're gonna be successful. And if they fail and we fall below 4,400, it's put interest is fucking stacked. Where do you see KV float short like 50%? Well, first of all, their options chain. Have you looked at that? Also, you probably have it on Fintel. Hold on. Fintel just has short volume ratios. Short interest percent of the float, 47.27. There. Yep, where did it go? That's the NYSE short interest data. Seriously, the put volume all over the KVU chain today is insane. I'd imagine. This is sounding awfully dolly. Is it? All right, that's enough talking to you guys. It's almost like 4:30. Get out of here. Go enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone.